Hello, 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 folks. How we doing? I hope everyone is having a great Sunday so far. Twitch Studio reset my audio settings again, so do I sound okay? Just double checking. Also, my dog decided to finally pick up the chew he's been avoiding for 3 hours and start chewing on it like 5 minutes ago. So, hey, that's awesome, Narla. Thank you. That's awesome. Thank you, Rascal. Yeah, my dog is chewing very loudly on something in the background, so I hope that doesn't become annoying. Please let me know if it does. I think the noise cancellation's doing a pretty good job. Hey, no worries, New Horizons. Thank you. Thanks for stopping in. I hope everyone had an excellent holiday season, or at least a restful last couple of weeks. It's good to be back with you all. Anybody do anything cool? Oh, by the way, I'm going to turn off slow mode. I don't think we need it for this stream. 1 second. Okay, slow mode should be off. I don't expect to see the sheer numbers that were flooding chat the last stream, and I want everybody to be able to post as much as they want. Hey, Antasho. Anybody do anything particularly exciting over the new year or the holiday season? Hey, Abidemi, oh, thank you. Hey, Belzebaba. All right, well, the counter has counted down, so let's go. Let's get into it. Hello, hello, everybody. Good to see you. Good to see you. You started a local code and coffee meetup. That's awesome. That's amazing, Antosha. Hey, Zena. Adner says, nothing interesting yet. Rough first week of the new year for my day job. Yeah, coming back to work after a break is always hard. Absolutely. How long will today's stream be? I've been aiming for 3 hours. We'll see how we do. I've been pretty good about that for the last several streams. I think that's good for everybody, but we'll see how today's stream goes since we're kind of just getting back into things. We'll see. We might go longer. I don't know, but the goal is 3 hours or roundabout. Hey, Zach. No worries. Feel free to stick around if you want to build an app with us. Um, Yeah, for dinner. Oh, okay. We will take 5-minute breaks every hour to try to stay healthy and to get up and move around a little bit, or in my case, sit down. Um, but as long as you change your current position, every hour, you're pretty good. Hey, OMG, it's Charlie. Welcome. Okay, so what are we doing today? Well, hey, Techie. What are we doing today? We're kind of getting back into the swing of building things, into the swing of coding. So I don't know, but I get the feeling that there might be a few folks in chat today who maybe haven't built anything for a while. Maybe, maybe you haven't, maybe you've been on the job hunt. Maybe you've been spending time with your family over the holiday. There's lots of reasons, and that's not a bad thing. But it is important to make sure that you keep your skills up, that you remember these concepts, that you can, if somebody asks you in an interview, what does MVC mean, or how do I set up a MongoDB connection, that those are the types of things that you can answer pretty quickly and easily without thinking about it too hard. And so what we're going to do today is we're going to kind of build a full stack app template that you see on the right. You can do all the CRUD operations. It's fully full stack. And also, too, I feel like we have a fair number of new people who are just starting out in 100 devs. Maybe it's a New Year's resolution. but I think that says a lot to the ongoing popularity of 100 devs. And for those who are getting into the full stack space for the first time, they're dipping their toe into the water of full stack. I wanted to give folks a place where they could, ask questions about these concepts and that kind of thing. And see something live, because I think a lot of folks are catching up on the recorded classes, on my recorded streams, and that kind of thing. So I want to give folks a live space to ask questions as well. No worries, stair droids. Halfway through 100 devs. Hey, yeah, you're welcome to watch along today, and you don't have to build along either. If you're not quite at the point where you are ready to build a full stack app, you're welcome to just watch along and start to absorb some concepts. I also will have the code. I have the finished code pasted on my GitHub already. And so if you're not ready to build along, but you still want to try running the app and stealing the template and using it to build your own app, that's perfectly fine. I allow that. If I didn't, I wouldn't put it on my GitHub. So I'll share the link to that GitHub repo in just a minute. If you don't want to build along, if you just want to run the finished app, then that's perfectly fine as well. No worries, Louise. Zena says, "How did you know? Haven't built anything in a while. I just kind of had a hunch. Feel rusty watching the super reviews. Yeah, that's why it's good to just kind of let's roll it back a little bit. Let's roll it back a little bit, and let's kind of go back to fundamentals and remind ourselves how straightforward a lot of this stuff can be once you remember the basic concepts." Hey, Kasava. Are you planning to include hosting this? My guess is that we will not have time. It's there's lots of stuff I want to include in these types of classes, but then I always, even if I think, ooh, I don't know if I have enough material for 3 hours, I don't end up being able to talk about everything I want to talk about, or have to rush. There's always more. And so Leon told me once that, like, 30 minutes of material can stretch to like 3 hours when you actually try to demonstrate it on the stream. And so, yeah, I think we've probably got more than enough material to cover without hosting, but I think, we'll definitely, in my long list of things I'd like to talk about, hosting is one of them. Yeah. Oh, did you finish? Sorry, my dog is making a ruckus. Uh, this will be recorded. Yes, it will be recorded. Yep. So for those of you who are new today, we have several new faces in the chat. Sorry. We have several new faces in the chat today. My streams are recorded here on Twitch. They're available on Twitch for 60 days after the stream, but before they expire, I do move them to my YouTube channel. And my channel name on YouTube is just Mine Wolf Streams. You can also type !YouTube in chat to get a direct link to my YouTube channel, which is ad-free. So if you want to watch my older stuff on YouTube, there's no ads, and feel free to consume. But yeah, !YouTube in chat if you'd like a link to that. All right. No worries, RDT. Yeah. Thanks for joining us today. Camby says, I'm still on class 21. Hey, no worries. You can feel free to tune in and just listen. You're probably not quite at the full stack point yet, but you're welcome to just tune in, listen, pick up some concepts and definitions and terminology. Yeah, arrow functions are a little hard to wrap your head around at first, but you'll absolutely get there. Just keep practicing. Hey, Codex, thank you so much. Hello to you too. Devd says, are we going to use the bub template or build things from the ground up? Well, we're going to build things from the ground up today. However, I think what you'll find is that the overall structure is very similar to binary upload boom. This is a simpler template. This is going to be simpler than binary upload boom. We're not going to do any authentication or anything like that. It's just practice, a template that is truly full stack that can do all of the CRUD operations. So create, read, update, delete. You see it up on the page on the right, on my right split window there. That's what we're building today. And I'll show you how that works in just a minute. Any idea when you do part 2 of SQL? So for those of you who don't know, I did an SQL stream prior to the holidays, which thank you all for supporting me on that. That was really fun. Sorry, dog is being so loud. But yes, I am planning on doing part 2 of that. Hopefully this month, where we can explore Supabase and building an app with a SQL backend. Hey, these clouds. Glad to have you back. No worries, ACM. We're just getting started. I'm just about to demonstrate the finished product, like I do, and we'll walk through kind of how it works functionally, and then we'll go and we'll build it. Yeah, typing it out when you're getting started, when you're learning something, is really nice for getting it in your head, right? And so if you're able to build along, that's the better option. If you're not able to build along, that's okay. Again, I will give you the link to the GitHub repo, and you can check your work against that if you want to build along, or if not, you can just take the template and run with it. Good. I'm glad you like the SQL stream. Okay, so let's take a quick look at the finished product, and I just want to show you how it works. So when I talk about a full stack app, for those of you who might be newer, what a full stack app means is that it's front to back. So it has a front end and a back end. And when we say front end, we mean a sort of a user interface of some kind. In this case, what we see is a page in the browser, right? This thing on the right, this is the app. It's a little bit behind the chat window. I can move chat down just a titch. You're not really missing anything. Um, let me just move chat down. There we go. Okay, so what you see on the right, that is the front end, what the users see. And then what you see on the left is the back end. This is where data is actually going to be stored. And we're going to be storing this data in MongoDB, which is a database. It's just a big bucket of data. And this is where we can have long-term storage for data in an app. And as you can see, I have multiple databases for various apps that I've built. And what I want to show you is how data is going to go from the front end, from the user interface, to the back end, my database, automatically via this full stack app. Now, this is something that a lot of you are probably familiar with already, but for those of you who are not, I just want to demonstrate this really quickly. Amazindor, you got the job. Wow. Software developer at a major telecommunications company. Congratulations. That's amazing. Good job. I'm sure you'll do great. 100 devs, that's right. Represent. Be sure to post on the celebrations channel in the Discord. I'm sure everybody's going to want to hear your story. All right, so let's see how this works. You can see I have two boxes here. One is for text and one is for numbers. So I'm just going to post text 1, and then in the number box, I'm just going to type something like 1,000. Awesome. Great. Thanks for doing that, Amazon Door. All right, now let's go ahead and wait. Let me make sure I have the app running. Hang on. Yeah, it's running. Okay. All right, I'm gonna add this item, and now what I would expect to see is I should see it appear below the box here. So let's go ahead. There we go. So I've added the item, and what it's done is it's moved it from the input boxes down to this list below. Let me go ahead and add another one. And it pasted that just below it. That looks pretty simple, right? Like, big whoop. However, watch what happens if I refresh my MongoDB cluster. And I go into there, a new database has appeared over here, basic full stack MVC, and a new collection called items. That just appeared. And now if I look in this collection, I don't know if that's big enough to see, but you can see that my two items that I just typed out are now present in the database. And so this is what we mean by full stack. Information has gone from the user interface through a back end of some kind, and then has made its way to a long-term storage solution such as a database. So that's what we've done here. Okay, so I'm sure this is familiar to a lot of you, but I just wanted to do a quick run through for those that may not be familiar. So what we've just done here is we've created new items and we've read them back into our app. So that's the C and the R in CRUD, right? When we talk about full stack apps, they should be able to do CRUD, create, read, update, delete. So we've just done create and read here. Items database joins the fray. Yeah, I've got a lot of databases. That's the collection, actually. The database is basic full stack MVC. All right, now we've done create, we've done read. Now, if I want to do update, I can click this edit button right here. And what that does is it takes me to an edit page, as the headline suggests. This is the edit page. And what this does is it allows me to edit this item and change it. So, all right, I'm going to change it to 1,000. Let's see, no, wait, hang on. 1,005. That seems like a good number. And when I confirm, what that will do is it will send an update. It's not going to remove the existing item. It's just going to update it and change that value from 1,000 to 1,005. All right. So it's written there. And if I refresh my database, maybe, come on. Thank you. Now that value has changed from 1,000 to 1,005. And then last we have delete. And so if I click this remove button, it will remove the item. So test one is gone. And again, I refresh my database and test one is gone. So that's CRUD. That's a full stack app that we're going to be building today. And the cool thing about this is that this is, everything is there, but the code is going to be so simple that you should be able to just take this and modify it and build whatever the frick you want, which is kind of the goal. So any questions before we get into it? I'm going to take a drink of tea real quick. Did this refresh after submission or is it reacting? No, there's no react with this. I wanted to kind of take it back a few steps and go back to basics, so that we're just there's no react. We're refreshing the page. Anthony Hamilton that says, "This is exactly what I need for my 100 hours project." Yeah, let's go. That's what I was hoping for. It happens so fast. Yeah, there's not much going on here, so we're snappy. We're snappy. We don't got to load a lot of big assets or images or anything like that, so we're cooking. Are we hosting it on Cyclic? Probably not today. I do want to do something on hosting at some point, but I don't think we'll have time today. Do we need anything prior to starting, or only VS Code being open will do? Yeah, so as long as you have a MongoDB database, as long as you have a MongoDB cluster already configured that you can access, then you should be fine. You should go ahead and open that in your browser. Just log in and open your cluster because you're going to need to be able to pull your connection string if you don't already have that handy. You're going to need to grab your connection string so you can put it in the app so you can connect to your database. So that's really the only prerequisite other than VS Code being open. Okay, awesome, Debbie. Yeah, we're keeping things simple today. We're just kind of remembering the concepts of full stack development. How do we build a basic app that you can then modify? All right, so if you maybe don't have time to stick around for the whole stream, if you don't feel like you're ready to code along today, maybe you don't have MongoDB set up, maybe you're just not at that point yet, you are welcome to access the code, the finished code on GitHub. I have a repo right here that has everything we're going to do today. So if you get lost, if you want to just double check your code as you're coding along, this is the repo right here. I'm going to spam it a couple times for you. If you just want to steal the template and dip, I don't care. You can leave right now if you want to. But I do think it would be better if you are able to stay and code along and learn what these things do. Demo, that's a great way to say it. Yeah, I love that. I love that insight, Demo. I used to think full stack app was something complex. It's less daunting to know. It's just CRUD at the core of it all. Yeah, that's really all it is. And you'll find as you build more apps that it's just the same concepts, just repeated over and over and over and over. And so as you build more stuff and you get a better understanding, you can start to copy and paste chunks from older apps to build your new stuff. When you're getting started, it's good to build by hand to get the feel for what you're doing. But as you build more stuff, you'll be able to just start, taking chunks from older stuff and putting it into new stuff. So Madeline says, what are we building today? We're building we're kind of going back a few steps, and we're building a generic full stack app template that you can use for whatever the heck you want. It's a little simpler than binary upload boom. I found some folks that are struggling a bit with the binary upload boom template that Leon, created, which is fantastic. But I've seen a few folks are struggling to parse through that a little bit because there's a lot going on there, a lot of great things in it. But this one's going to be a little simpler. might be a good entry point for folks that are struggling with binary hyperlink boom. So I'll paste the repo another couple times here if you want to look at that, or if you want to code along with me from scratch, that's absolutely fine. Everything is just a to-do list with extra steps. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Scotty. What, Mister? Thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate it. My little notification didn't go off. I don't know why. Oh, I think I disabled them during the previous stream because it froze up. So I apologize. I it didn't pop up on the screen. I'll fix it during the first break. Um, but yes, thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate it. At my job, I have to build a full stack um, app using a SOAP web service. Oh, okay. Debbie says, I still reuse chunks from the layout homework we did back when we started 100 devs. Oh, legacy protocols. Yeah, what you'll find. So sometimes folks see that, oh, you could use brand new framework to build something more quickly or whatever. But what you'll find is that a lot of employers, especially larger companies, they're just drowning in legacy stuff, in legacy code, in legacy products. And so if you know that stuff going in, if you don't have to learn it, then yeah, you're gonna be starting off on the right foot. So learning how to do stuff by hand is good because employers don't use the latest frameworks or the latest tools. They use stuff that was written 20 years ago by a guy named Jeff who no longer works there, but nobody knows what he did, and so nobody wants to fix it. So yeah. All right. Yeah, good to hear it, Madeline. All right. So, GitHub repos out there. Otherwise, you're welcome to code along with me. Feel free to ask questions as we go. Ask questions at any point. You don't got to wait till a certain um, like stopping point or whatever. Just ask. And yeah, let's go ahead and get into it. So I kind of have a little bit of a shell, but I'm going to walk through it and we'll get everybody there. So in VS Code, I've opened a folder. I just created a new folder. You can call it whatever you want. Mine's just word salad, full stack MVC app basic demo, but whatever you want to call it is fine. Just something you'll remember. And inside this folder, I've created two files. One is server.js, and the other one is my .getignore file, just because I sometimes forget that, and so if I put it in there right at the start, I won't forget it. Darn Jeff, yeah. At every company, there is always a Jeff. Maybe it's a Jess instead of a Jeff, but I mean, there's always that one person that retired 20 years ago and nobody knows what they did, but their code is crucial to the entire infrastructure, and so you just got to learn it. I love people yelling "Khan" at the top of their lungs. I do too. Star Trek 2, baby. Best Star Trek movie. All right. So I have two files in my list here. I have my server.js and my getignore. Now, in server.js, I don't have anything yet. I just have a few reminders of the things that I'm going to need. Excuse me. So you don't have to put these in here. These are just kind of little guideposts for me. And so I think the first thing that we're going to do is start putting in a few basic things. Whenever I start a brand new app using various other packages and things that I know I'm going to need, like I'm going to need Mongoose to talk to my database, I'm going to need environment variables and that kind of thing. What's the first thing that I should do when starting a new app? Here's a hint. It involves opening the terminal. Yeah. So we got a few suggestions here. Yes. Now this is a brand new app, so there's going to be nothing pre-installed. There's not going to be any packages. In my I don't even have a package.json folder here. So I'm gonna I'm gonna need to do I'm gonna do set up npm and initialize npm and get that package.json file so I can start installing other stuff that I'm gonna need. So I'm gonna open my terminal here. Now I use bash, but you can use whatever you want, whatever works best for you. This is just what I do. So we're going to go ahead and do npm init. Now I'm going to do npm init-y. And what that's going to do is it's going to skip all those introductory prompts that it gives you, like set the file, set the name, set the all those things you got to hit enter through every single time. If you do npm init-y, it'll skip that. Beep boop. There we go. We're going. Yeah, Les Carbonaro just suggested that. Yep. Yeah, yeah. npm init-y is the move. Yeah, exactly. Yep. And so what that's done is it's created my package.json file. Now, like I mentioned before, I'm going to install a few additional helpers that are going to help me do various things, including they're going to help me talk to the database. They're going to help me sort of just build my server structure. They're going to help me use environment variables. So what are some of the things that I might want to install that are going to help me just do the very basic things that I need to build my app? I love hitting enter, going line by line. Hey, whatever floats your boat, my friend. So I'm going to do npm install, but what are some of the things I'm going to want to install? Yeah, so Express. Now I'm going to use Mongoose instead of MongoDB. What Mongoose is going to do for us is it's going to give us access to more functions. It's going to let us build what we call schemas that are going to help us structure our data. So I'm going to use Mongoose, and we won't need MongoDB at all. Yeah, .env. Yep. Spelling it wrong. No, it's all right. I get your drift. Let's see. Express mongoose.env. Let me make sure. I look back at my notes here. See what else we need. It's not, it's not like I have this stuff memorized. I do have notes, so don't think you got to memorize this stuff. Oh yeah, and we're also going to be using EJS as well as our view engine, which we'll talk about a little bit later. It's going to be mongoosey. Yes, it will. .env, EJS, Express, Mongoose. Yep. And yeah, the last thing I was just gonna ask that, but these clouds already answered. So the last thing I'm going to install is NodeMon. And what NodeMon is going to do for us is it is going to allow us to make quick changes to our code and then immediately see the result of that in the browser. So if let's say we're building this out and we get an error, and nothing shows up in the browser, we get an error in the browser, I can make a change, save it in VS Code, and then it automatically updates in the browser, so we don't have to reload the page. So npm install, all these things. Oh, latest node update allows us to go without NodeMon now. Oh, very cool. I haven't explored that at all. And there's no harm in installing it, but that's awesome if you don't have to anymore. That's rad. That's rad. What is .env? So we'll see what that does for us in just a minute. Now you can see what you've installed by looking inside of your package.json that appeared here. So I see .env, .env, EJS, Express, Mongoose, and NodeMon. So those are all the things that I'm going to need for the project today. Oh, that's awesome, Jazzy Pants. Yeah. Stuff keeps changing, right? Keeps adding features, changing features, pulling the rug out from under you when you start a project, all those things. Yeah. So we've installed all these helpers now, and what that's going to allow us to do is actually start building out the structure of our server and the structure of our app. So everybody have these things installed? Let me know if you have any questions about any of these things that we're installing. You can, if you're not sure, like if you are still working on it, you can always go to the GitHub repo and look inside of the package.json folder there. And if you're not sure about what are the things that we're installing, you can always look in the repo as well. Let me see. I think I've still got the link on my clipboard. Yeah, there you go. There's the link to the repo as well. I'm going to take another hydrate here. You lost sound. Does everybody else still have sound? Can everybody still hear me? Just making sure. Okay, good. Good, good. Okay. Um, Tenor might try to just reload the page. So just refresh your browser and see if that works. Okay, good. Thanks, everybody. All right. Ooh. Okay. So we've got all these things installed. Now, like I said, we can start building out a little bit of structure to our file system here. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and add a folder underneath my project list here. Now make sure that you're putting this folder at the root of your project. I'm going to create a folder called config. Okay. And this is a folder. It's not a file. Um, the sort of the concept of MVC, which we'll get into in a minute, is all about grouping like components together inside of folders. So you end up with a very structured sort of nested project. And so we're going to build a folder here for some of our just configuration stuff for our database connection and our environment variables. So inside of the config folder, I'm going to create our environment variables. Now, what do environment variables do for us? What do they allow us to do? When I say environment variable, so the word variable means something that could be set to various values, right? But what is an environment variable? Yeah, it allows us to keep some secrets. So if there's something that we don't necessarily want to share on GitHub, and this could be various things, right? It could be some sort of password. It could be some sort of like private key to a program or something like that that we don't want to push to GitHub because we don't want the world being able to log into our stuff. This is where a place where we could put it. So inside of my config folder, I'm going to create a file called .env. And you'll see it gives us that little gear icon. So .env is in where we're going to store our environment variables. Now, in this case, we're only going to have one variable. And what we're going to put in this file is our database connection string. So in MongoDB, you can have a cluster sitting out there, with databases and things in it, but you need some way to connect to that database remotely and have MongoDB be able to verify that yes, that's Mayan Wolf. This is their database. They are authorized to connect and read this data and write this data and update this data. And so this connection string is absolutely vital for us to be able to connect to our database. However, that's not something that we want to share with the world, right? It's not something you want to push to GitHub. You don't want people getting their fingers in your data, right? And so that's why we store it in an environment variable. So in this file, I'm going to create a variable just called db underscore connection. And I'm going to set it equal to my connection string. Now I'm going to paste in my connection string, but I'm going to show you where to find that string in just a moment. So I'm pasting this in and I'm showing it to you just to illustrate what it is you're supposed to do. Now that doesn't mean that I want you guys copying this and messing with my stuff. I'm showing it to you for a reason. And that reason is to teach you, right? So I'm going to be changing my password after the stream. So just please be courteous, right? I trust you. Okay. Hey, Sunny Bro. All right. So let's look at where we find this. If I go into my MongoDB database, I am going to go ahead and go to oh, wait, sorry. Went to the wrong place. My bad. 1 second. I'm going to go ahead and go to database and then connect. So this is my cluster homepage, and I'm going to go to database and connect. and I'm going to choose connect your application. And when I do that, that gives me a connection string that is already ready to connect. And all I need to do is copy and paste. Okay, so I'm going to copy and paste. And I'm just going to paste it down here so I can show you the difference. So if you notice, after my username here, there's a difference here, right? This has a password value, and this just has bracket password. So when you copy and paste it from MongoDB, you're going to need to replace it with your actual password. Okay, replace it with your actual password. So some folks are asking about MySQL. So you can certainly build an app with MySQL as your backend. However, please note that NoSQL and SQL databases. So MongoDB is a NoSQL database. It's built on the document structure, database collection document, whereas SQL databases are relational, standard tables. So there's nothing stopping you from building an app like this in MySQL. Just note that the backend will be very different, and the way that you talk to that backend will be very different. You won't be able to use Mongoose like we're setting up here. So if you're familiar with MySQL and building things on MySQL, then go for it. If you're not, then I would suggest building off of MongoDB today. Yeah. All right. So notice that there's this password field. You'll need to replace that with your standard database password. If you don't remember your password, you'll have to reset it and then paste it in. Also, one more thing you're going to want to do is edit your string right here after the slash and before the question mark. And here is where you will type a database name of your choice. Now, without the curly braces around it. So just in here, just type. Actually, I'm going to make this consistent. Pick a database name and put it in here. Just something that you'll remember. So again, you're going to replace the password field. You're going to replace the database name field with the database name of your choice and your password. Okay? And so what this is going to do is it's going to create a brand new database. As soon as you run this app for the first time, it's going to create a brand new database in MongoDB for you. You don't have to create it yourself. Now, you might say, all right, hey, what happens if I don't put a database name here? Well, it'll create a new database inside of MongoDB for you called test, which is not particularly descriptive, right? And so if you want a database name that's actually descriptive and describes what you're trying to do, then you should actually put one in there. You're not keeping the alligator characters. I forget what those are called. Alligators? I don't know. I'm a dev. I know things. Don't keep the alligator characters. Take those out and replace them with your password and your database name. It seems like nobody else knows either. I feel better. All right. Mommy says, I copy pasted an old .env. Yeah, that's fine. You can do that. If you don't change your password, you can absolutely copy paste. Yeah. Right? No, okay. Yeah, nobody else knows. Alligator thingies. That's what they are. All right. So once you've done that, don't forget to save. My password has an @ symbol. Is that okay? If it's an auto-generated password from MongoDB, like if that's what they generated for you, then that's probably fine. It'll work. It should work. Yeah, or you could just change your password every time and never remembered it at all. That's fine too. Okay, so once you've done that, just don't forget, you're putting db underscore connection equals, right? And that's going to be your variable. And then once you've replaced these two things, you should be good to go. So I'm going to get rid of this because I have my real connection string up above there. So I'll save that. Chevron, indeed. Okay, so that's our connection string. And that's all we're going to put in our .env file. Now let's start fleshing out our server.js a little bit. Alligator characters. I'm glad everybody's I'm glad I've added to the English language a little bit today. Yes. All right, now that we have this kind of basic, we've installed our packages, we've set our variable. Let's go ahead and start fleshing out our server.js just a little bit. Okay, so you can see I have a few to-dos here because there's certain standard things that we do for pretty much any app that we're going to build. And also, too, before we get into this, I want to talk a little bit about MVC structure. So, what does MVC stand for? Does anybody remember? It's an excuse for me to drink another sip of tea. Yeah, exactly. Huncode's coming in with the right answer first try. Nice. Model views controller. Yeah. So, and all this really is just an organizational structure for our app. I think what a lot of us, when we first started building apps, you just dump everything into your server.js, and nothing is in folders, and it's all just a bunch of files that are kind of just out onto, out in VS Code. However, MVC is a way for us to, again, group like objects together, delegate certain things out into other files, and then, group those files into logical folders. So it's an organizational arrangement of folders that we're going to be building today. Champo, did you do npm init first? Did you do npm? So make sure you've done npm init and that you can see your package.json file. Also make sure that, yeah. And check your package.json and see if there's anything in there. So you should have package.json. And for a what? Keeps asking for a what? Add do it? I don't know what that is. Anybody else? Is that what that? I don't know what an adduit is. Audit. Oh, okay. Yeah, and if it, yeah, you can you can ignore audit warnings. Yeah. And just check your Champo, look in package.json and see if those packages are there. They may have downloaded and you just didn't see that. Yeah. So getting the string from MongoDB, you can go to your cluster. So in MongoDB, you're going to go to your cluster and you'll hit connect and you'll hit connect application. And that's where you get your string from. Okay. Also, yeah, and so make sure that also too, if you don't have your package.json, make sure you might be in the wrong folder in your terminal. You might make sure that in your terminal that you're in your root folder. You might have somehow got yourself into into a different folder, and so it might be trying to npm init in a different folder. That would be my suggestion. So you may have done npm init, but in the wrong folder. So look at the path that's shown here in your terminal, and make sure it's truly your root folder for this project and not another project. Okay. Yeah, try it again. Make sure that you're in the right folder. Yeah. Okay. So we were talking about MVC. So model view controller, right? And so what that means is that we're going to kind of group things in terms of views being what the user sees. So when you open up a web page, what you're viewing, right? That's the view part of it. And views don't have any logic. They're like a TV screen. They just display whatever you send it, right? If I plug a Nintendo Switch into my TV, it's going to show the Nintendo Switch. If I, want to watch broadcast TV from an antenna, it's going to show that. So it doesn't have any thought. It just shows the user's things. It is a view. Um, a controller is the brains of the app. And so controllers are where the logic is going to be, where the thinking gets done. And then our models are going to be where the data is structured and stored. And so that's going to be our true backend, like our database and our schema that's blueprinting out the data. Okay, so you'll see as we start to build out our folder structure that we're going to put things into those logical buckets just in general: models, views, controllers. Yeah. Oh, and before I forget too, somebody said, hey, did you add your .env to your gitignore? I don't remember. I did not. So let's go ahead and do that. So you've created your .env, and inside your gitignore, you're going to add two things: .env and node modules. So these two things inside of your gitignore. Okay. What we're doing here is we're just telling GitHub to literally ignore these things. When you push to GitHub, you're going to want to make sure that you always have these two things, at least these two things, inside of your gitignore. So it's going to not push your environment variables, and it's not going to push your node modules, which just because that's a friggin' huge amount of data. And somebody else, when they download the app, they're just going to install everything on their own anyway. So you're not going to push these two things, and go ahead and save that. Now let's start building out our structure. So again, .env, node modules inside of gitignore, and that will make sure that you're keeping yourself safe when you push things to GitHub and show off your projects. Broadcast TV is a trip. Yeah, my dad still watches some stuff on broadcast TV, and I'm like, really? There's commercials like every 3 minutes. How do you stand it? I don't know. All right. So let's declare some variables. We installed some stuff earlier, right? And now what we want to start doing is bringing in a few of the things that we installed so that our server can start making use of them when we run the app. So we can install as many things as we want, but if we never bring those things into our app, they'll never get used. Is it still considered MVC if we use React and make a separate client folder and server folder? I mean, labels are hard, right? um, there's all sorts of different structures out there. I mean, that may be a different type of structure, but as long as it's organized, right? Like it doesn't have to. You don't got to be strict about this stuff as long as it's organized. I mean, that's my opinion anyway. Does it work and is it organized? Then you're good. Yeah, and you're that's right. In your case, you're probably just using React as your view instead of something like EJS. So yeah, good point. All right, so let's bring in some things. We installed Express earlier, which is just basically going to help us get our full stack app up and running more quickly by giving us some built-in functions for some common things that full stack apps need. There are like literally 4 different definitions of MVC. Absolutely. You go to 6 different websites and they're all going to describe MVC differently. Really, the only thing that anybody can agree on is the definitions of MV and C, and it's all it's it's what you make of it from there. Yep. Most valuable coder. There you go. All right. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to bring in Express. All right. This is stuff that we've probably done a lot, but it's good to practice it on occasion. And we're also just going to assign Express to a variable called app. So that way we can just reference it more easily. We're also going to set a default port that we're going to connect to. So my port is going to be, I think I have 8,000 free. So this can be whatever you want as long as it's an open port on your machine. And then we'll also bring in const mongoose. We're also going to bring in mongoose. And remember, mongoose is what's going to help us talk to our database more easily. And again, it's like a lot of these other tools. You can do things without mongoose, But what Mongoose allows us to do is talk to our database in a more user-friendly way, and also allows us to structure our data a little bit, which we'll see later. Okay. So any questions on what we're doing here? Always keep 2121 open for connection. Yeah. All right. So, and don't forget to save. Okay, so we're going to skip the connect to database for this step for a second. We're going to get there, but we're going to skip that for just a moment, and we're going to go down a little bit, and I'm going to set up some middleware here. So I'm going to set some middleware, and I'm going to use something built into Express, and I'm going to set my view engine. So we said that views earlier, views are what the user sees, right? And you can definitely make things that the user sees in just HTML, right? You can hard code things using HTML tags and all that, and make static pages using just HTML and CSS. There's no problem with that. However, what we're going to use is something called a templating engine, and what that's going to allow us to do is write stuff that looks like HTML, but we can bring in, dynamically fetch information from our database and use it to populate the page based on what's in the database. So that's going to allow us to write what looks like HTML, but then dump in some data from that the app delivers to our view, and sort of write a page that can update itself based on what it gets from the backend. So we're going to set our view engine. It's just the thing that's going to power the view. It's not going to do any thinking, but it's going to accept data from the backend and display that in the browser as HTML. And for our view engine, we're going to use EJS. And there's lots of different options for view engines. EJS is just one that we've used before in 100 devs, and so that's what I'm choosing to use today. That doesn't mean that that's what you always have to use or that it's even the best solution, but that's what we're going to use today. Requiring variables this way is an example of CJS over EMS. Yeah, so yeah, like Rascal said, it's CommonJS instead of ECMAScript. Exactly. And I think sometimes what you'll see is it will suggest, so VS Code is suggesting that you could convert this to ECMAScript. But this is perfectly fine to use this way. Yep. Elahi says, what does require, what require does here, it calls express. It's basically, all it's saying is that, hey, I want to bring in all of the tools and methods associated with Express so that I can use them in this particular file. So what you'll see is that in some other files, we're going to require other things that are going to be useful in that particular file. So if you want to use something in that file, you need to require it. Otherwise, it won't work. Yeah. Oh, thank you for the stretch. All right. Ugh. There we go. Good stuff. Okay. What was the question? Why Mongoose is in a different color compared to const app express. I mean, yeah, it's a different color right now because it hasn't been read yet, but when it does get read, it'll just turn like a brighter green. So yeah, I'm not sure. That's a good question. So let's watch the color change and we'll see what color it changes to. But yeah, we'll see what color it changes to. I don't remember. Yeah, as SK2, it's kind of like an import. Yeah, yeah. And we'll see later on that we're going to be exporting some stuff from other files, like our uh, like our model, like our database model. We're going to export that from a specific file to our controllers, and you'll see that, yeah, we're exporting it from the file and then we're importing it into our controller. Yeah, basically. Mr. Boston says, should we put port in the .env file? If you want to. I feel like that's less crucial than your database string, but there's not, you can absolutely do that. That's 100% fine. Yeah. Okay, now we've set our view engine, right, to EJS. And I'm going to set one more thing here, app.set. I'm also going to set up express.static public. Now, what this is going to do for us is it's going to allow us to put static files that don't change, such as plain HTML or static CSS and that kind of thing, in a folder called public. And just it's just part of our folder structure. So all this is going to say is, hey, Express, there's going to be some files in the public folder, and we want you to use them, like CSS. In our case, we're going to have some CSS in a public folder. So Express, please look in here for static files. Importer, exporter, like Art Vandalay. Yeah. What was it, latex or whatever? Yeah. Good stuff. I love Seinfeld. All right. So if you want to have, a public folder with and dump your CSS and any static HTML in there, you'll need to have this middleware line right here. Okay, and then I forgot there's one more thing I want to set up in middleware. And this one's going to be a little longer, so just bear with me. Let me type it out first, and then I'll explain it. Express.url coded extended true. Oops, true. All right. So what this is doing is it's basically making sure that we can properly parse requests from forms. So when a user types something into an input box in a form and then sends that into our app, right? Like the input box that we saw in the finished product, we need to make sure that our app is ready to handle that information that it's getting in the URL. So it's being passed in, and we need to make sure that we're able to properly parse that out, extract it from the URL, and make use of that data. So that's what this is doing. It's just saying, hey, make sure that you can take in these URLs that have data in them from post requests, and do stuff with it. So if you have an app with a form, you're basically going to need this line right here. Cores, I don't think we're going to have a problem with cores in this particular app. You might occasionally get cross-origin request errors in your apps, in which case you would need to have a line about cores, but I don't think we're going to have that problem here. Let me know if anybody does. Yeah. Yeah, we're not going to need anything with JSON either. Yeah, we're not, but occasionally you might need, JSON parser or things like that. We aren't going to need it here, but that's some things that you may need occasionally. For MongoDB string, was it an account password or a cluster password? It's the password for your cluster. Yeah. So it's not the password that you use to log into the website. It's the password for your database cluster. And if you don't know that password, you might have to reset it. But that's pretty easy to do. You can just reset, wait like a minute, and then it'll reset it for the whole database. Yeah. Okay. So we've set our middleware, and we're going to skip routes for now too, because we don't have anything to route to. Let's go ahead and set up our server, our local host, basically the thing that's going to allow us to display our web page in the browser at port 8000. Okay, so what express method do I use for setting up a local host? What express method do I use for setting up my local host so that I can see my web page in the browser at port, what did I say, port 8000? Yeah. Silence crickets. Oh, do we not remember? Hey, listen. Yeah. Anybody play old school Zelda where there was that fairy that kept yelling in your ear? The little ball of light with the wings. Navi, that's right. Yeah. Hey, listen. I just that's burned into my brain. I swear. All right. Yeah, so it's going to be app.listen. And it's app.listen because what we're doing is we're literally setting up a listening point at port 8000 that's going to listen for basically any activity. It's going to listen for changes from the database side. It's going to listen for input from the user. It's saying, all right, anybody doing anything out there? What y'all up to? And it's going to set that up on port 8000. Yeah. All right. So app.listen, and we're going to just call our port variable. Um, and we're going to do just a little bit of arrow function magic here. Just bear with me. Console log server running, server funning. Well, I guess that's appropriate. Server running on port, and then I'm using a template literal here just to write a quick console log that's going to when my server starts running, it's going to execute this function that'll just say, hey, server running on port whatever. All right. So these are the basics, and this is kind of the sort of the thing that you're going to need for most apps. We haven't really set up anything custom here yet. What you'll see a lot of these things in most of the apps that you build. Now that we've kind of set up the default stuff, we can start setting up some of our actual pages and things for our applications, such as our home.ejs, so our homepage. We can start setting that up. I think what we're going to do next is we're going to start setting up our homepage, so home.ejs, and then the next thing we'll do is we'll go straight from the homepage all the way to the back end. We'll set up our database schema and model. So the thing that we're going to set up our front end, we're going to set up our back end, and then we're going to connect them together using some routes and controllers. Okay? But it is time for a break. So let's go ahead and take a break for 5 minutes. Now, again, I'm going to paste the link to the GitHub repo again. So if you got a little bit behind, if you just joined us now and you're like, what the heck did they install? You know, what packages do they have? You can look in the repo. You can look in the repo and get caught up with us by the time we get back from break. Also, there are instructions. If you are just running the code from the repo, there's instructions in the README on the repo that will just help you fire it up. All right, so feel free to ask questions over the break, and I will answer them when we get back. But for now, let's take 5 minutes, get up. Don't just sit there for 5 minutes. I'm watching you. At least get up and stretch once. I'm the best coming right before the break. No worries, N Silva. That's why the repo is there. You can get caught up in no time. All right, 5 minutes. I will see you all back here. All right, folks, we got about 45 seconds left in the break, so come on back when you're ready. If you didn't get up during the break, like I mentioned, please get up and do a quick stretch and turn your body, turn your neck, roll your wrists. Make sure that you move around a little bit. For those of you who are already standing, maybe take a few seconds and sit down. Uh, Jazzy Pants says, I've been pacing around like a weirdo holding my cell phone. Hey, walking is good for you. Thank you for the follows, everyone. I really appreciate it. Casey Pequena, Coral Mushroom, Mind Gobbler, Amazictin. Only because you asked nicely twice. All right, let's get back into it. I think I'm just going to move this back to half screen and stop it. All right, there we go. Okay, turn my webcam back on. Here we go. Like, gotta get those steps in. Absolutely, do it. Yeah, I forgot to charge my Fitbit, so I'm not getting any rewards for all this standing that I'm doing, which kind of sucks, but you know. All right, so before the break, we set up our server.js with just some default type stuff. And now that we've done that, we're going to go ahead and start building out the structure of our app. So in MVC, what do we call something like an EJS page that the viewer is going to actually open in the browser and look at? What part of MVC is that? User opens a page in the browser and types stuff or just looks at it. Yeah, exactly. It's the view. So in your file structure, go ahead and create a folder in the root. So be careful. Sometimes VS Code likes to, VS Code likes to kind of put you in the wrong place accidentally. So just click somewhere else, and create a new folder called views. And that is where we're going to put the stuff that the user is going to see, like the pages. And inside of views, we'll make a file called index.ejs. Okay. Index.ejs. And inside of index.ejs, we're going to build out a lot of what looks like HTML. Actually, I think for this first part, we're going to be building exclusively using just HTML tags, and then we'll come back later and we'll add some EJS once we make sure that we can, once we basically get our database connection up and running, and we'll do a test connection and that sort of thing. Then we'll come back and we'll add some EJS. Sometimes VS Code thinks, this folder would make a lovely file. Yeah, it's sneaky. You got to be careful with VS Code. It'll mess up your structure right quick. It's trying to help, but it's not very good at it sometimes. So, quick pro tip. A lot of you probably know this already, but VS Code does like to be helpful sometimes. So if you just type inside of a HTML or EJS file, if you type HTML, you can choose the Emmet abbreviation for HTML5, and it will pre-populate all that annoying metadata stuff for you so that you don't have to worry about typing that out or copying and pasting from another place. So choose HTML5 and boop, you have all your basic tags. What's one thing that this header is missing though? One basic thing that we're going to need if we want to properly style our page. What's missing here? Boilerplates in shambles. What's missing in our head? Yeah. Yeah, the one thing that we do need is we need a link to our style sheet, which we don't have yet, but I'm going to at least put a placeholder in here because otherwise I'll forget. So what I just did there is I just typed the word link and I hit enter, and Emmet auto completed that for me. So we'll link to our style sheet once we've built it. Like I said, we don't have it yet, but I'm just putting that link in there so we don't forget. Yeah, I forget to change the title 80% of the time. Yep. Always, also too, it's probably best practice for you to change the title. I'm going to say homepage demo for mine. You can call it whatever you want. So there we go. That's our metadata for now. And inside of my body tag, so remember, move, you're going to be actually, if you actually want to start typing things that the user is going to see, you're going to need to make sure that you go inside of your body tags. So first thing I'm going to add is just an H1, and just going to say this is the home page. Now, what I want to do below this is build an interface that the user can, that displays input boxes for the users, and the user can then type stuff and have it send that to our app. So what HTML tag should I be using here? How do I create the ability for the user to actually put things into our app? We're going to have input boxes. That's correct. But what did it, so if I want to take all of those input boxes, package them up together as one unit, what would I do? Yeah, I'm going to use a form. Exactly. So those other things that you guys are saying are correct, essentially. Yes, they're ways that people can input data, right? But if you want to package all of those inputs up together into a single unit, then what you want to use is a form tag around your input boxes. Yeah. And so, and what forms allow us to do is also add additional things, to those input boxes. And then again, just package the whole thing up together. So we're going to use a form tag to wrap around those inputs. And what the form tag is also going to allow us to do is choose our method that we are sending up to our server. So we'll talk about that in a second. Excuse me. So I'm going to have an action here. And we'll come back to this later, but for now, let's just make our action be /new. And what this is going to do is it's going to tell our server, set a certain path that we're going to send up to our server, and our server is then going to use that to determine what we're trying to do. So that path is then going to follow a certain route through our app and end up in a certain controller. So again, we'll revisit this, but for now, just specify the action as new. And then we're going to set inside of our tag, we're going to set a method equal to post. Okay. Now, for those of you who know methods, what does post do? What is the post method for? Yeah, that's generally the method that we're using when we're creating something new. You'll see that we're going to use it in another context a little bit later on, but for now, we're going to use post as, yes, we're creating something new. And so this is when I want to enter something brand new into my database, I'm going to use the post method and say, hey, server, I'm sending you something brand new. So make sure that, when you route this, you're sending it to the brand new route. So it's going to write something new to the database. Yeah, does post need to be capitalized? Not necessarily, no. It's just, standard practice. That's the way a lot of things with JavaScript are, right? It's not that you necessarily have to do it. It's just that, most people do. So you follow the crowd. Yeah. Thank you for the hydrate there, D's Clouds. My throat's a little, I haven't done this in a few weeks and my throat's all scratchy. So you'll have to get used to that little vocal fry there for you. All right. So inside of this form, let's just remind ourselves real quick how the finished product looks. Oh, that's the wrong one. Sorry. So in the finished product, I have a form that is essentially wrapped around these two input boxes right here. So I'm going to have one input box for text and then another input box for numbers. So we'll go ahead and create that. So I'm just going to say, all right, input and input. Okay. So my first input box is just going to have type of text. And I'm going to go ahead and give it a name as well. So inside of the tag, I'm going to say name, and I'm going to give it a name of text input. Now, this is a thing that I've noticed that a lot of people forget when they're building full stack apps. They often forget to add this name field. They'll have a class, it'll have a class, or it'll have an ID. Um, but class and ID are really only used by CSS. The name is what actually gets passed. When this form is submitted, the name is what actually gets passed to your server. Okay. So don't forget, if you're sending something to a server, make sure that you give your input box a name. Yeah, exactly. Like Les says, that's what actually gets passed to the server. You can have ID and class in here as well, but that's really only read by your CSS. So I see this so many times. People don't add the name and then they get screwed because their app isn't working and they can't figure out why. So that's critical. Add the name. All right. Also, for my second input box here, I want this to only accept numeric values. What you'll find is that input boxes can be a lot of things. They don't just have to be text. A lot of times they are text, but they can accept numbers. They can do dates. They can be checkboxes. They can be um, like select boxes. You know, you have all sorts of different options here. We're going to keep it simple again today because this isn't, you know, we're not doing a class on forms. But just note that there's a lot of different options that you can have for input boxes. You can also have text areas, which are very large inputs. So yeah, just note that there's a lot of different options out there for form types. Forms are one of my favorite things about HTML. They're so versatile and they just work, right? So anytime you're on any website and you do any kind of user input, do an inspect on that and you'll see it's a form. So, all right, I'm going to give this a name called num input. All right, so I have my two input boxes here. One is text, one is number. They both have names, which are what's going to be sent to our server when this form data is packaged up and sent. I'm going to add one more thing to my numeric box here, because if people are just looking at this box, they may not realize it's numeric right away. And so they might try to, type text in there. So I can also set a default value for this box, which I'm going to do. I'm going to set a default value of 0. So that shows up when the form loads. And that just gives people a visual clue like, hey, this is a numeric box. I shouldn't type something in there that's, not allowed. So the model populates the objects via the name from the input. Yeah, so kinda, exactly. Like Jazzy Pants said, the controller is doing the matching. So if we remember in MVC structure, the view doesn't do any thinking, it just accepts what it's given, right? And the model is the same way. The model doesn't do any thinking either. The database is not intelligent. It just accepts what it's told. The controllers are where the brain is. And so the controller is doing that logic. The controller is getting the information from the form, getting it, doing stuff to it, and then, plugging it into our blueprint that we're going to create, which then gets sent to the database. Yeah. Yeah, there's no particular reason why I'm not using camel case for this. You are welcome to do so. I just didn't feel like it, but yeah, probably should have used camel case here. However, if I change it now, I'll probably screw it up later. So, but yeah, you are welcome to use camel case for these names. Whatever you name them, as long as you keep them consistent, right? Consistency is the main thing. JavaScript doesn't care about much else. Yeah, well, and we're gonna walk through the structure. Once we finish coding this whole thing out, we're gonna walk through how requests go up and down through the models views and controllers, back and forth. No, it'll still render. Yeah. All right. What is so? All right, I have my input boxes, right? Peachy keen. Am I done with this form? Am I done? What am I missing? What is missing? Yeah, exactly. We need a button. Exactly. Yeah. So our form does not know when we are done messing with it because, you might type something in, pause for 5 seconds, and then backspace and type something different in. We just need we need some kind of a trigger to tell our app, hey, I'm done with this, I'm ready to submit. And so literally we're just going to add a button, and it's going to have a special type, and that type is going to be submit. Whoops, if I put it inside the quotes, that would help. And the cool thing about forms is that it understands what submit means. So as long as you set the type to submit, that button is going to say, oh, I know what I'm supposed to do. I submit the form. And it's like that one Rick and Morty joke. What is your purpose? Well, I submit forms. That's what this button does. And so we can give it a name. I'm just going to call it add item, real generic. And now when the person is done with the form, they can click the button and it will submit automatically. Pass the butter. Yep, exactly. That's what I always think when I see these like single function buttons. I'm like, that is your life's purpose. You submit the form. Buttons. Buttons are super important. Absolutely, they are. Well, and just knowing the basics of how powerful forms are and what they can and can't do. I mean, they're the backbone of the internet, of the users' interaction with the internet. And so, understanding how to build a form, you got to know that stuff. Yeah. All right. The last thing I'm going to do. So this is all well and good, but if I were to load this page right now, it would just be two blank input boxes side by side. So what is something that I could do to kind of give a little bit of a call out, a little bit of an introduction for the user for what each input box is for? What's something I can pin to these input boxes that will tell the user what they're supposed to type into it? Orasi says, is that why so many people get only a button question in their interview? Honestly, there's so many advanced frameworks and stuff right out there right now, but like I said, a lot of companies don't use those. They want people who have the basic skills to be adaptable and learn what that specific company uses. And so you might have that crutch of they want to weed out the people that have only ever used advanced frameworks and don't have any grasp of the fundamentals. And so I think knowing the fundamentals like buttons. I mean, that's why they ask that stuff, right? It's just, do you know? Could you build something from scratch if asked? So yeah, that's why people get those types of questions. Hey Ras, good to see you. I'm fine. Thanks for coming in today. Yes, and so what we can do to kind of give the user a little bit of a prompt to say like, hey, this is what this box is for, is we can use a label tag, and we can attach that label tag to the input box. So when we render this page, it will just appear right next to the input box and be attached to it. So in this label tag, I'm just going to say label for, and I'm going to identify the name of the box that it's attached to. So label for text input is just going to be the words input text. And so this label will be attached to this specific input box. So I can do the same thing for my number input box here. So label for num input is just going to be input number. Okay. Russ says 2 weeks into my first dev job. Oh, yay. Good job. I hope it's going well for you. And Jazzy Pants says, so many React bugs come from a basic misunderstanding of how the web works. Yeah, right. If the only thing you've ever done is use, advanced frameworks and things that really hold your hand and that obscure a lot of the basics, then yeah, you might just step right into a hole because you don't understand something basic about how a form works, how a button works, how to structure things so that they make sense. Yeah. Oh, I have an extra I? Where? Ooh, I have an extra T. Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you. I didn't catch that. That would have caused a problem. It wouldn't have, well, I actually might have been fine. I don't know. But luckily it was just in the label, but that's a good catch. You get imaginary catch points. All right, so we have our form. That's what's going to allow us to submit stuff. And then below that, in the finished app, we actually display like the things that come back from the database. So for now, we're going to fill that out later. For now, I'm just going to put the shell of that, and that's going to be in a list. And what is this? This is a list. This is going to be a list, but what type of list is it? What type of list is it? When I display this list, what does UL mean? Yeah, it's an unordered list, right? And so it's going to have bullet points like this. Now, what would happen if somebody in an interview, and I say this for a reason, what would happen if somebody in an interview said, I don't want a UL, I want a numbered list? What would you do instead? Bum, bum, bum. And I'll tell you why I'm asking in a minute. Yeah, instead you would do OL. Exactly. And that would give you a numbered list, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the reason why I ask that is because in the T spill with the fantastic Leah T codes on Friday, they said that was asked in their interview, in their dev job interview. It said, hey, the interviewer said, hey, can you make me a numbered list? And so they needed to know the difference between UL and OL tags. Yeah. Did somebody get a job? Yes, they did. Leah T. Codes did. Yeah. OL is the interview button of 2023. Yeah, exactly. But we're going to use UL because it fits the style of our app a little bit better. And then I'm just going to do a quick comment here and just say, add stuff later. I shouldn't say stuff. I'll say add EJS later. So we'll come back to that. But we have our form for now, and we'll come back to that in a little bit. So now we know we're going to have two types of inputs, right? One is called text input, and one is called num input. So we're done with our home page for now. Now that we kind of know what our structure is going to look like, let's go ahead and build out our structure on the other end. So we've built out our view. Now let's go ahead and build out our model. So again, our model is just a different type of structure. The user is never going to see it. Our model is how we store things in the database, right? So we're kind of building out both ends of our MVC structure, and then we're going to join them together with our routes and controllers, okay? Hey, Just Another Grats, thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate it. Tame Mister and Just Another Grats, thank you so much, both of you, for your continued support. I apologize, I don't have alerts working. I disabled them last time, and I'm going to have to tinker with it a little bit to get them working again, but I do see you, so thank you. One email dev job, please. Yeah. All right, so we've done our view. And now let's move to the other end of the spectrum and start building. Oh my goodness, Just Another Grats. Holy cannoli. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. If you just got a gifted sub from, wow, if you just got a gifted sub from Just Another Grats, please thank them and check out the brand new emojis that you now have access to, or emotes, I guess that's what Twitch calls them. And also to umarm477. Okay, that's one of the gifted subs. So yeah, congratulations to everybody that just got a gifted sub. Check out your new emotes. All right. Oh, thank you, Grats. Okay, so like I said, we built our view. Let's build our model. Then we'll hook them together. All right. Any questions before we move away from the view for now? We will come back to it, but any questions? Okay, feel free to ask at any time if you do think of something. So we created a folder called views for our views, right? For things. So what folder do you think we should build if I want to start kind of working on my like database storage type stuff? What should my next folder be? Glad you all like the emotes. I love them. Yeah, we're going to make a folder called models. Exactly. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Just enjoying my very cold tea. Although I did get a new, for those of you who remember, my tea kettle has been broken for like the last 2 months. I got a new one over Christmas, and so I'm very hyped about it. I've been making a lot of tea. So thanks to my parents on that one. Models. Difference between HTML and EJS. Yeah. So that's a great question. I'm glad you asked. We'll start to see that you don't see the difference right now in what we just did. All we used was standard HTML tags, right? But you'll see the magic of EJS a little bit later on if you stick around, or you can take a sneak peek now in the GitHub repo. But what EJS allows us to do is take data that the server sends to our file here and display it like HTML. So it can take a list of any length and turn that into HTML in the browser. Whereas with HTML, you're stuck with like a static, if I code something in HTML, a list with 3 items, I'm stuck with 3 items. What EJS can do is render as many list items as we need as HTML in the browser for us. So yeah, it lets you do fun stuff with JavaScript in HTML, exactly, and then turns it into HTML in the browser. So we'll see that a little bit later. All right. So models, let's start building out our structure. So inside of models, I'm going to go ahead and create a file called itemlist.js. So we're back to JavaScript now because, again, we're working on the back end. So this is not something the user will ever see. This is what we're going to build out is our schema that's going to create a blueprint for the data we are sending to the database. Okay. Yeah, if you want, you can run a test and see if your server is listening. Yeah, let's see if we can. Let's see. We can see if it'll start. Oh, one thing we didn't do yet. We haven't set up our database connection, but I think we haven't called that function yet. Sorry, I'm just thinking out loud. We can see if we can do a test before we start getting into the actual models and stuff like that. All right, so one thing I do want to do before we do that is I want to make sure that we can use NodeMon with this build. So I'm going to do one quick change inside of my package.json. So I'm sorry, I'm skipping around here a little bit, but I'm moving out of the models folder and into my package.json. And I want to be able to use NodeMon to test my server.js file. Okay, so I'm going to just say NodeMon server.js. And what NodeMon is going to do for us is every time we hit save, it's going to refresh our file. So yeah, we can try it out and see if it'll run. So since I created this little script in my package.json, what would I type in order to start NodeMon? What am I going to type in the terminal? Yeah, and NodeMon will only refresh when you save a JavaScript file. So when you save HTML, you still have to reload automatically, but it'll refresh every time you make a change in JavaScript. Yep. Yeah, so we're going to type, because our script is called start, you can just type npm start, and we can see that it says server running on port 8000. Server running on port 8000. So if I go to localhost 8000. Oops, I didn't mean to search, sorry. Localhost 8000. Oh, stop searching. Oh, okay. Go down to this one. All right, cannot get. So, yeah, the reason that we can't test yet in the browser is because we don't yet have a route. However, we can see that our server is running. So our server is listening. Yeah. But what you get here in the browser is normal. Cannot get / because we haven't yet set up a route to our server that's actually listening and will display that homepage. So this is what you would expect to see if you ran it. However, we can see that our server is running and it was able to successfully display an error in the browser. So that's good. That's normal and expected. No, that's totally fine. It's good to test these things out and to see that this error is not a bad thing. Okay? So sometimes when you get an error like this, it's important not to panic. It's important to just remember, where are we at in the development cycle? So what does this mean? Well, what this means is that my server is running and it's working. I just haven't set up the route yet. So nothing is wrong here. We're just not quite at that step. And so that's totally fine. That's why, I wanted to just go ahead and do it and just say like, okay, look, this is not a problem. It's okay. We'll get there. All right, cool beans. All right, so we've set up our start script. That's great. Let's go back to our models. So I'm going to go back to my model. We're going to set that up. And then, like I said, we're setting up our view, we're setting up our backend, and we're going to connect the two together. Okay? So let's set up our schema. And I'm inside my itemlist.js folder. And here in this folder is where I'm going to use Mongoose to set up a blueprint for the data that's going to be written to our database. So what Mongoose allows us to do is to just add some structure to our data, because the blessing and the curse of NoSQL databases like MongoDB is that you can put whatever the heck you want in them. Like, you can just dump all sorts of junk in there, and MongoDB is going to be like, yeah, sure, buddy, I'll take that. However, sometimes, well, a lot of times, we want a little bit of structure to the types of things we're feeding into our database so that we can pull that data out later and know what we're getting, right? If I pull out a field called, num input, I want to be sure that I'm pulling out like a number field, right? And so Mongoose is going to help us add some structure to our data by using a schema, turning that into a model, and then exporting that model to our to be used elsewhere. So I'm going to be using Mongoose in this file. What's the first thing I should do? I know I need Mongoose, so what should I do just before I do anything else? We talked about it a little bit earlier. Let's see if we remember. Yeah, exactly. I'm going to import it or require it. You can use different syntax here, whatever, I'm going to use require syntax, but there's a few different ways to do it. So I'm just going to say require. I need to require it so that my app knows, oh, hey, I'm going to be using Mongoose in here. Yeah, exactly. Const Mongoose. Yep. Require Mongoose. Now we can use all of the power, all of the methods that are associated with Mongoose. Now I'm going to go ahead and set up a new schema. And so I mentioned a little bit earlier that a schema is like a blueprint. It just gives us some structure to our data, right? So our schema is going to say, all right, here's what's going to be in every single object that I'm inserting into the database. It's going to have these fields. These fields are going to be a certain type. They might have other things such as being required. We can add additional data here. It's just going to be, it's like the blueprint to a house, right? Because if you just turn, 10 people loose and say, go build a house, everybody's house is going to look different, right? But if we give them a blueprint, then yeah, they're going to build what's on the blueprint. Yeah, and there's tons of cool methods with Mongoose too. We're not going to get into that too much, but we are going to see a few of them once we get to our controllers. Yeah. Why Mongoose? Well, Mongoose gives us the ability to structure our data. It gives us a ton of cool methods that we can use that make it so easy to pull data out of a MongoDB database. You don't absolutely have to use it, but it is a fantastic tool to assist you with talking to your database. All right, so I'm going to create a schema, and I'm just going to call it, const item list schema. If I could get my camel cases right, that would be rad. All right, item list schema. And I'm going to say new mongoose dot schema. Okay, so I'm going to generate a new schema. Once we imported Mongoose in server.js, why should we call it again in itemlist.js? We have to call it in every single file where we want to use that. And you'll see that in other places too. You'll see that we're going to be importing a lot of stuff across different files, but you need to in any file that you want to use this, you need to require it first. Yeah. All right. So item list schema. And if you recall, in our form, we had two fields, right? We had text input and we had num input. So those two fields are what we're going to be writing into our database. So you can see how this structure mirrors the structure in our form. And inside of here, we can actually control the type of data that gets written to our database. So let's say, in my form, I was a little bit lazy and I didn't specify a certain data type. Well, I can specify a data type here in the schema, which will prevent anything that I don't want written into the database. So let's see how that works. So in my first field, in my text input field, I'm going to specify a type of string. Okay? So that's going to say you can only write strings into the database in this field, which is what we said in our form, right? Input type text, and in the database, it can only be strings. So that those two match now. And for num input, I'm going to do something similar. Type is going to be number. This is just a little extra level of control over our data integrity. And once you start writing, let's say, hundreds of requests per hour or thousands of requests per hour, you better be darn sure you want each of those new documents to be 100% correct. You don't want to start writing bad data to your database because that's just bad for everyone. You can use MongoDB without Mongoose, but Mongoose will give you access to schemas and thus types. Yeah, and all sorts of other really helpful methods. Yep. You don't need Mongoose for MongoDB, but it darn sure helps. Does the data type in the schema override the data type in the form? Well, if you have a type mismatch, if I were to try to write numeric data, excuse me, if I were to try to write numeric, if I were to try to write like string data to a numeric field, I would get an error and it wouldn't write. It would block it from being written. Yeah, you can try that and see what happens. You can switch them around. Once we get this up and running, feel free to play around with the data types and see what happens. And you can add things like forced character lengths, like it can be max 50 characters. You can add default values, which we will do in a minute. But yeah, you can do all sorts of stuff with this schema. So the second thing I'm going to put here is a field called required. And essentially what this does is it's not going to allow this field or this entire document to be written to the database unless there is some value in this field, right? So text input cannot be blank. If I try to submit blank text input, it's not going to write it to the database at all. So I'm going to do it for both. You don't have to, but again, it's just a nice way to ensure the integrity of your data, that what is being written to the database is absolutely correct and what you want. Because let's say I have a bunch of blank fields that are written to the database automatically, and then I try to read that data in another app. Well, that's going to bork that app right quick, right? It's not expecting blank fields. And so you're going to get errors in your app. You're not going to know why. And so as you build larger apps, you're going to want to really control the structure and the types and the integrity of your data as much as possible. All right, so I've got text input, I've got num input. Now I'm going to add one more field. Whoa, what are we even doing here? I'm just going to add one more field called date. I'm going to add one more field called date. Now, are we passing in the date from the form? I'm going to set a type of date. Are we passing date from the form? Is that a field in the form that we're passing in? No, it isn't. So where the heck is it going to come from? What am I going to do here? What can I do? If a field is if this schema is reading the data and there's something in text input, there's something in num input, but there's nothing for date. What can we do instead? What are we gonna we're gonna generate? Okay, we might generate it. No, we don't have to. We don't actually. So the cool thing about Mongoose is that we can generate what we call default values. So Mongoose is smart enough to say, okay, I have a value for this. I have a value for this. I don't have a value for this. But if we specify a default and set that value to just whatever the current date is, it'll say, oh, well, I didn't get anything for date, but there is a default value here, so I'm going to use that instead. Right? So we can specify default values as well. And that's something to think about when you're building your own schemas, is that for really any of these fields, you could set a default value of whatever you want. So let's say that you have an optional field, like where you have like, let's say you have like a numeric field and you want to sum a bunch of stuff. And so you might want the default of that value to be 0. If nothing is passed in, you might want it to be 0 or 1 or 1,000. So you can set default values for any of these fields, and that's what will get written to the database. Okay? So that's our schema. And now if I want to use this schema elsewhere to actually, whoops, whoa, what did I do? No. Okay. Accidentally clicked on node modules, I think. Sorry. So if I want to use this schema elsewhere in my app, in my file structure, what do I need to do next? So the schema is complete. I'm ready to start using it. But if I want to actually like import it elsewhere in the app, what do I need to do first here? Yeah, we're going to need to export it, right? Import, export, art vandalay. Absolutely. Yeah. Module. So in that case, we're going to package it up for export, module.exports. And in order to export it, I'm going to turn it into a Mongoose model. And what that's going to do is it's going to take the blueprint that we've created, it's going to package it up, and it's going to specify the specific collection that we're writing to. Well, it's going to specify the name of the model, so we can reference that name elsewhere. We can just say, item list or whatever, reference that name, and reference the schema, the blueprint, and then reference the collection that we want to write to. So we're going to have three parameters here, or 3 arguments. First one is just the name of this, what we're calling it. That's how we're going to reference it later on. You'll see me reference item list in our controllers. And that's going to be referencing this blueprint and all the associated methods. And then item list schema, and items is going to be our collection. So I'm exporting this, and then that means that when I import it in my controllers, I'm going to be able to reference item list as kind of a shorthand. It'll know all the details of this schema. We'll be able to reference this blueprint at any point, and we'll know that we're writing to the items collection in our database. So if you recall, at the very beginning, when we looked at our collections in the completed version, come on, load. What are you doing? It doesn't want to load. No, I'm trying to demonstrate something. Come on, baby. What? That's lame. Okay, let me try again here. I'm gonna try a new tab. MongoDB, what are you doing? Anybody else able to get in? Well, that's not working. Can't get in either? Okay, so it appears that MongoDB is down. So that's fun. Oh, fantastic. Talk about perfect timing, man. Okay, well, there's plenty of other things that we can do. It's all right. I just wanted to show you. Um, so I just wanted, yeah, so MongoDB is apparently down, which is fantastic. But that's okay. We've got plenty of other things that we can build. I just wanted to show you that when we actually write to the database, we're going to be writing to a collection called items using this schema that we just built. Okay? We broke it, guys. Yeah, apparently. Oh, fun stuff. Oh boy. MongoDB, I love you so much. All right. So we built this though. Any questions on the schema before we just go on to the next thing? And I promise once as soon as I can, I'll show you how this all kind of comes together in the database, but I can't show you right now. So we saw these items at the beginning. Yes, that's what you saw at the beginning of the stream. If you were here at the beginning, you saw the database, you saw how they were written. What's item list? Item list is the name that we're going to be able to use to reference this model in our controllers. So in our controllers, we're going to be saying things like item list dot find one and update. And that's going to, by referencing that name, Mongoose is going to know, oh, hey, you're referring to the items collection and the item list schema. So by referencing the name item list, Mongoose is just going to know, yep, you mean this schema and this collection. And so it's just a shorthand to refer to it. Okay? It's trying its best. Yeah. Okay. So now that we have our schema, we'll be able to reference it. Like I said, we'll be able to reference it in our controllers. Okay. What is items again? Items is our collection. Okay, pop quiz time. What is the structure of data that's stored inside of a MongoDB database? We have our cluster, right? That's the biggest bucket. So I'll give you that. What's cluster? And then what is the order from largest to smallest? From cluster to what? What is the order? We have cluster, and then what? What are all the things underneath that? Let's see who gets it right. Let's see how many of you get it. A few of you got it. I ask this question a lot because it's important. Okay, yeah, a few got it right. So, yeah, so cluster is the biggest bucket, right? And you're really only going to have one cluster. Everything's going to be in your cluster. As many databases as you have, they're all going to be in your singular cluster. So, yeah, we have our large cluster. And then inside of that cluster, we have multiple databases. And generally, you'll have a new database for each project. That may not be true in all cases, but just speaking generally here, you'll have a database for each project. And then inside of that database, you can have multiple collections. So inside of an app, you might be, let's say that you have an app where you have authentication. You have users logging in. And you also want to store their login data, encrypted, of course. You want to store their session data, and then you want to store the actual data that you're passing back and forth through your app, like menus, or I don't know, to-do list tasks or things like that. You don't want to lump user credentials in with to-do tasks. Like, that's ridiculous. Those things don't belong together. So what you would do is have separate collections for each type of thing, right? You're going to have your authentication in a collection. You're going to have your sessions in a collection. You're going to have your, then your actual app data in a separate collection or collections. So a single database for the entire app, multiple collections for the types of data you're collecting, and then individual documents for each piece of data, right? So each of these objects that we're building here is going to be a document. Okay? So that's our structure. So to get back to the question, what we're specifying here is the collection that we're writing to. So if you recall, in your .env, in your .env file, you specified the database name for the entire app. You have one connection string for the entire app, right? And so that's your database. You're connecting to the database. And then inside of that database, you could have multiple different schemas, each with their own collection. Okay? So I could have a user schema, I could have a session schema, I could have, a task schema like I have here. Right? And so each of those are going to write to a different collection. And that's what we're specifying here. Does that make sense? So that's what items is referring to. That's the collection. Techie says we can use any username in the DB string. No, you have to use the username that you use to connect to MongoDB. Oh, good. Okay, I'm glad that helps. In short, each schema is a collection. Well, each schema is a blueprint for the documents in that collection, right? So this blueprint is going to be used to build documents which get written to the items collection, okay? So the documents are basically just like pieces of paper inside of a file, inside of the drawer of a file cabinet. So this is the specific drawer of the file cabinet that we're putting those pieces of paper in, okay? Yeah, and in your .env file, the database name is going to go between the slash and the question mark in the database string. Yeah, if you don't put a database name in, that's okay. It'll create it as test in MongoDB. Items is the collection. That's correct. Item list is the name of the model that will reference this schema. Okay, it'll make more sense once we start referencing it in our controller. But yeah, I think you have the right idea there, DevD. Yep. This is just like the shorthand name, like just the nickname that we're going to use to refer to all of this stuff. Yeah, you got the right idea. Okay, so hopefully MongoDB comes back, maybe eventually. I don't know. Slightly worrisome, but okay. Well, there's other things that we can do. We got a lot of other stuff to do before we can actually connect. So, all right. We've built our view. We've built our, so essentially we've built our view and we've built our model. We built the view and we built our model. So now let's do some more work on our controllers. So the next thing I want to do is I want to add some more stuff. Well, I want to add one more thing to facilitate the connection to our database. So in our server.js, if you recall, in our server.js, there was a line where it said to do, connect to database, right? Because we need to set up a connection. Like we set up our schema and all that stuff, but that doesn't do squat unless we actually connect to the database. I know we can't do this right now, but we're still going to set up the function to do it. Because this is just a fundamental thing that you're going to need for every single app that you build. So to do, connect to database. Now, I could write out the whole database connection function inside of my server.js. I could just do that. I could there's nothing wrong with that. I could write the whole connection function and drop it in here. But honestly, it looks a little ugly when you do it like that. I don't know. It just clutters up server.js and it's just meh. So in the true spirit of MVC, what we're going to do is we're going to build that function in a separate file, import it into our server.js, and then call it. So it's going to be nice and clean. All we'll do is just a single function call in our server.js, and it will be all pretty and we'll all be happy. So again, this is sort of the spirit of MVC is structuring things out and putting like things together, compartmentalizing them, so that the whole thing becomes easier to read, easier to manage, and easier to fix if something breaks. Especially when you're working on projects in groups, the more separate components that you can link together, the easier it becomes to have one person work on one component, one person work on another, 3, 4, 5, all those things. All right. We're not being extra enough. Let's add GraphQL and Dockerize it. No. We don't got to be extra. We're already good enough as is. All right, so in our config folder, so I'm going to open my config folder. Oh, what? It's Leah T Codes. Hey, Leah, I really enjoyed the T spill. I asked the group earlier if they could tell me how to. We built an unordered list on our EJS page, and I asked the group if they knew how to give me a numbered list instead, because I remember that was one of the questions that you got asked. And so, yeah, these folks were right on the ball. All right, so in config folder, I'm going to create a new file, and that file is going to be called database.js, okay? And in database.js is where I'm going to write my database connection function, the function that's actually going to create the connection to the database, okay? Oh, yeah, I can do a shout out. Shout out. Let's see if I get this right. Yeah. Let's see if that works. Yay, it worked. All right, there's a shout out for Leah. Please go follow them. All right. So again, inside of here is where I'm going to put my connection function, and then we're going to export that function and simply call it within our server.js. Okay, so we get a little practice with it, another little bit more practice with import, export, Art Vandalay here. All right, so again, I'm going to require Mongoose. I have to do this every single time I want to make use of something in a file, right? I need to require it, and you will forget to do this, and it will yell at you, and then you'll be like, what's happening? And then you'll be like, I forgot to require it. But I think that the error messages are pretty good. If you forget to require something, it'll usually kind of poke you a little bit and be like, did you mean to require this? So again, we're going to require Mongoose, and then I'm just going to create a function called connectDB. Okay? And when I'm connecting to a database, I really want to make sure that that connection is successful, because it might take, let's say, like 30 seconds to establish a connection, or it might not work. Like right now, MongoDB is down. So that connection is not going to be successful. And so I only want to display like a message. I only want to display a success message if that connection actually works. So I want to wait for a successful response before I proceed. So if I want to wait on something else to happen before proceeding, if I want to stop the presses until something else happens, what type of function should I use? This is a little bit more advanced, but it's important anytime you're connecting to a database. What type of function should I use if I want to make sure that I'm waiting on a successful response before I move on? Yeah, I'm going to use an async function. Async. And what async essentially just does is it says, hey, wait, hang on a minute, don't do anything else. Wait until we get a response back before we say the connection was successful. If you don't do this, it's likely that even if the connection is still pending, you could start trying to send things to the database and the connection isn't even complete yet or wasn't even successful. Yeah, so we're going to use an async function, right? I'm using arrow notation here. It's not a big deal, just a slightly different way of writing functions. And then inside of that async function, I'm going to use, as somebody suggested, I'm going to use what's called a try catch block. And what that literally is, let me write it out here so I don't make a typo. What a try catch block is it literally just says, hey, try something, make an attempt to do something. And if something goes wrong, catch the error and do something with it, console log it, whatever. So that's literally all this is. Try to do something. If it doesn't work, catch the error and, do whatever with it. We can specify what we do. Okay? So try to connect. If it doesn't work, catch the error and display it. So that's what we're going to do. All right. And luckily, Mongoose has a built-in connection method that we're just going to call here in a minute. So I'm just going to say const con for connection await mongoose.connect. Okay? So await this connection. Don't do anything else until you get either a success or failure response from this connection. Await mongoose.connect. Now, I want to pass into this method my database connection string that I have stored in my env file, right? And I had that attached to a variable called db underscore connection. So can I just do, will this work? I'm calling the variable. Will that work? This is my variable that I've stored my string in my env file. Will that work? What do I need to do? Some folks are saying import. Yeah, kind of. We don't specifically need to import .env here. We just need to make sure that we're calling it correctly. So all I need to do is say process.env.db connection. And now that will tell our app to look in the env file, find the db connection variable, and bring that in. Okay? All right, so that's and whenever you're referencing an environment variable, make sure that you say process.env. Whatever. Yeah. And the actual import for .env as a whole is done in our server.js. Yeah. I need to double check that we actually did that, but we'll check that in a second. I want to finish this first. And then, so yeah, this is, if you want to reference an environment variable, you have to do this, process.env and then the variable name. Okay. All right, so if there is an error, in which case, if we try to run it now, there would be an error because MongoDB is just exploded for some reason. If there is an error, we want to make sure that we catch that. So I'm just going to say, hey, if there's an error, console log it, please, and then exit the function. Okay. Lamsaw says, at this step, I need to add use new URL parser true. We used to have to add that, and it seems like in newer versions, if you're using Mongoose and in newer versions of Mongoose, you don't have to. It could be that your particular setup is using something that's deprecated. If you're up to date on Mongoose and MongoDB, you should be okay to just do it like this. I don't know, that may be just a personal configuration thing. I believe if I try to use that now, if I try to use new URL parser, I'll actually get an error saying that, hey, I don't like this, take this out. So, it could just be your particular configuration. Yeah, so process.exit1. Let's Google it. Boop, 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 doo. Okay, yeah. Because honestly, I couldn't remember in the moment. So when in doubt, Google it out. Node.js process.exit. All right. Looks like there's two options. You can exit with success or failure. And, oh, come on. So so you can either terminate the process, so end the function with either 0 or 1, and 1 is just the failure value for that process. So that's what we did here. Exit with failure. Yeah. Oh, Mongo came back up? Did it? Let's see. Come on, baby. Hey, we're back, baby. Yes. Very nice. Okay. MongoDB is back up, y'all. So we shouldn't have to worry about that failure state. Yeah. And so here, I just want to show you real quick, this is how this structure is going to look in the database once you write it in. Let's go. We've got our database name here, basic full stack MVC, and then our collection, which is called items. And inside of that collection, we have documents. And so that's our structure. So again, cluster, database, collection, documents, right? We go from largest to smallest. Yay, we're back. So many projects, I know. Because I create a separate database for streaming and then for like personal, and so yeah, I have a crap ton. Yeah. Yay, we're back. Okay. So, and we just finished our connection function. It's time for another break, but I do want to do the last part of this. So I've created this function. I want to use it elsewhere in other files. What do I need to do? Art van delay. Yes, I need to export it. And in order to do that, it's very simple. I can just say module.exports, and you'll see more example of this, but connect DB. So I just specify, yep, this is the function I want to export, connect DB. Seinfeld it, yeah. Now, why didn't I do this? It's a function, right? And normally when we do functions, we put the parentheses after it. So why am I just saying module exports like this? Why didn't I do it like this? This might be a little harder question. Slightly harder question. Okay, some good guesses there. So if I type the function like this, it will immediately call it. It will try to run that function immediately. It's just gonna call it. It's not even gonna like try to export. It's just gonna call it immediately, and you're gonna end up with things out of order. Yeah. And so if we just want to export this without calling it, without actually executing it, because we're not ready for that, we just export it as such, and then we're going to call it later. Exactly. We're just exporting a reference to it, and then when we're ready to call it in server.js, which we're going to flip to right now, we'll use that standard notation of the function name and the two parentheses. Okay. So we're exporting it. I've saved it. Make sure don't forget to save. And then I'm going to go back to server.js. All right. So moving back to server.js. Now in this connect to database function. Oh, wait. First thing. Oh, I almost forgot. Art van delay. Art van delay. I exported it. I need to Seinfeld it, and I need to import. I need to import that particular function. So now I've exported it so I can import it. Const connect DB equals require, and then I just need to specify the location of the thing that I've exported, and that is in my config folder. Oops. oops, config, there we go. If I could actually type config, I swear I can type sometimes. And then it's in the database file. It should autocomplete for you if it can find it. So const connect db is in our database file. I've imported it. Now, all I need to do is just call it in the correct place, right? That's all we need to do. That's going to call the function that we wrote in our completely separate file. It's because it knows where to find it. It's in here. We've exported it. We've imported it. It can say, oh yeah, I know what this is. I can call this, even though it's in a completely separate location. So I think that's pretty cool. All right. Oh, and let's see. I got an error when it tried to connect. I think I might be missing some stuff, but app crash. That's okay. If your app crash, that's fine. Oh, that's because we're missing because we didn't import .env. So it doesn't know where to find our environment variables, but we'll do that when we get back from the break. So don't worry, your app's not going to work just yet. But when we get back from the break, we're going to set up .env. I should have done that before. We're gonna make sure that we're using .env so it can find our environment variables and then get our connection to the database running, get our server running, and then we can start building out our routes. Okay? So don't panic. It's not a problem. But this is a good error to become familiar with. The error that you see here in my terminal, where it says something like URI must be a string got undefined. That's not a surprise. When you see that error, that means your database string is missing. It can't read it. It's wrong, something like that. So don't worry, we'll fix that when we get back from break. So I'm going to keep you in suspense for 5 minutes, and then we'll get back to it. Okay? All right. Reset the timer. So don't go away, because when we come back, we're going to actually see if our database connection works, make sure our server is running, and then we'll set up the routes so we can actually display our homepage. Okie doke. 5 minutes. Please get up, stretch, roll your wrists, roll your neck, and I will see you back there. Okay. See, there's a couple questions. I will answer those when I get back. No worries. All right. See you soon. All right, folks, we got about a minute left in the break, so come on back if you're coming back. I'm just catching up on chat here. I'm glad folks are enjoying the review so far. Thank you for that. I just thought it would be good for everybody to get back to basics, or if you're just starting out, maybe get a deeper look at the basics and remember why we do the things we do. All right, I'm going to go ahead and stop the timer. Okay, if you recall, I left you on a cliffhanger before the break. Our app crashed. Oh no, what did we do wrong? Nothing. We didn't do anything wrong. Again, we're just building up to getting things working. So the one thing that we're missing is an import. So we're missing an import for .env. And .env is what manages our environment variables. And our environment variables are where we're storing our database information. So again, it's not an error to panic about. It's just an error to be aware of. So this error right down here that we got from Mongoose, it just tells us, that immediately told me there was something wrong with my connection string. Okay, so if you can get familiar with error messages and what they're trying to tell you, you sort of, your brain just goes ping and it says, oh, wait, there's something wrong with my database string. Well, I'm not importing .env, so it can't find it. That's a problem. All right, so I'm going to say require .env, okay? And I need to add just a bit more to this one. It has a slightly different look. Config, and then the file path where our env is located. So basically what I'm doing is I'm just saying, hey, .env, here's where my environment variables are. Look here for them. Config /.env. That's all we're doing here. We're saying, all right, .env, where are my environment variables? They are in the config folder in a file called .env. Okay? That's a problem for future me. Yeah. All right, now let's see what happens. Let's see if I did it right this time. Okay, my server is running. Not getting my connection message yet. Let's see. See if I have a typo in here. I'm just going to check my database.js. DB connection. Console log. Oh, I'm not getting my success message because I didn't put a console log. So one other thing we need to do, I'm calling the function. I'm importing my environment variables, but I have no way to know. Whether I am connected to the database or not. So one thing I want to do here is in my database.js, I want to add just a console log that says, hey, you're connected, okay? So go back to database.js, and after your connection variable here, just say console log MongoDB connected. And then if you want, you can put information about the specific connection. That's completely optional, but I'm going to say con.connection.host. And what this will do is just give you the success string for the connection. Okay. So I'll pause here for a second so you can see this. Save that. Yeah. Okay. Now I'm successfully connected to the database. If we look in my console, we can see that it called connectdb from my server.js. That was called. And when that connection was successful, it console logged MongoDB connected, and then the connection information, cluster 0, blah, 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 doesn't matter. This just tells me that my connection worked, okay? Let's see. When we click on Browse Collections in MongoDB, it gives our databases too, right? Yes. So when you, it's sometimes the MongoDB Atlas interface is a little frustrating because it uses weird terminology for some of the things. Yeah, it's weird. But when you click Browse Collections, what you're actually seeing is a list of your databases which contain the collections, and then the collections contain the documents, right? So you're seeing all three levels. You're seeing databases, collections, and documents when you click Browse Collections in MongoDB Atlas. Yes, and welcome to the stream, M1 Chechi. We are using we are using EJS as our front end today for this app. However, you can use your favorite app of choice or your favorite template engine of choice if you prefer something else other than EJS. That's perfectly fine. All right. Obi asks, why didn't you import the .env here? Okay. Are we calling the function here? Are we calling connectdb here? No, right? We're not. We're exporting it. So it doesn't get called. Nothing inside of the function gets referenced here. It gets referenced in server.js. That's where this function gets called. That's why we're importing the environment variable here. Yeah. And we're not accessing it all. We're just creating the function as is, exporting it, and then calling it here. Let's see. I'm going to say I cannot find module .dontenv. Yeah, it's .env, so not .dontenv. So yeah, check your spelling. Make sure that you're spelling it. It's just spelling out the word dot like period dot. Yeah, no worries. Mine is still. Antasha says mine is still crashing. So double check your spelling here. Make sure that your env file is inside of your config folder. And also check your database string. Make sure that you have your password in the string, and that that everything is spelled correctly and all that. What are you typing to connect to MongoDB? Well, we're calling the function that we made called connectDB, and inside of that connectDB function, we are referencing our environment variable, which contains our connection string. What are you typing to connect? We're just typing we actually already have this script running. It's just our generic start script for NodeMon. So NodeMon starts the whole server, and then the server starts to listen on port 8000. It connects to the database for us. We don't have to connect to each thing separately. Our server does that for us. Okay. So NodeMon, each time we make a change, NodeMon is automatically reconnecting for us. That's the cool thing about NodeMon. You can see here it says NodeMon, restarting due to changes. NodeMon, starting node server.js. And each time we save, it restarts itself and applies those changes. So you can see it working here. We don't have to keep restarting it manually every single time. That's the cool thing about NodeMon. Okay. And Tasha, yeah, you might just try changing your password. So you can go into MongoDB, change your password for the cluster. Change your cluster password. Wait, I would say 2 minutes, and then try again. It takes a couple minutes for the change to percolate through, and then try again. Yeah, yeah. Go ahead and reset. Okay, good question so far. Any other questions? So we have a database connection. Our port is listening. Now all we need to do is make it so we can actually display our homepage by setting up a route. So we're going to connect our front end and back end finally. And all of our groundwork is done. We've got all of our things, all of our gears turning. Now we just need to connect them together. Okay? All right. Feel free to ask questions as you think of them. That's totally fine. You don't got to ask them whatever I pause. Feel free to ask at any point, and I'll do my best to answer. Okay. So we've got all that set up. Now, next, I think what we're going to start setting up is our, let's start setting up our routes. So if I want to connect my view to a controller, what I'm going to need to do is set up a route. So essentially, if we go back to the analogy of the view being like just a regular television set, it doesn't think about anything. It's not a smart TV. It's just a flat screen. And I hook up my Nintendo Switch to it. My Nintendo Switch is like the controller. My Nintendo Switch is doing all the thinking, figuring out what to display, all that sort of thing. The route is like the HDMI cable that goes between the Nintendo Switch and the flat screen. So I need some kind of a connector between my view and my controller. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. We're going to build some routes that are going to connect them together. Deputy says, I'm getting a deprecation warning and a crash. You should expect the deprecation warning, not the crash. So the crash probably means that there's something wrong with your database string. Make sure, again, just check these things. Make sure that you're requiring.env. Make sure that you have saved. Make sure that you saved your server.js. And then in your .env file, in your .env file, make sure that your database string is correct, that you have the correct password. And yeah, try that again. Yeah, no, I think that is, yeah, I like that analogy. It helps me remember. And then in this, so if we're going back to the Nintendo Switch thing, the view is like the TV, the controller is the Nintendo Switch, and the model is like the SD card that's in the Nintendo Switch that has your saved game files on it, right? So you can think about it that way. Okay, so let's build out some routes. Let me just get myself oriented here. Okay. So when we talk about routes, again, these are just connectors between like a view and a controller. But using MVC structure, what we generally like to do is we like to put those routes in their own folder. You're kind of sensing a pattern here, right? We have folders for certain components that belong together. So at the root of your project, let's go ahead and create a folder called routes. Okay. And inside of routes, I'm going to create a file called home.js. And what this is going to do is it's just going to contain all of the routes that are associated with my homepage. So anything that happens on the homepage, the routes are going to be in here. And so this is going to just handle the, I'm just going to paste from my notes here. It's going to handle two things. The initial GET request for the homepage, the thing that's going to get information from the database to display on the homepage, and the post method when we want to add a new item. So that's what we're going to put in our routes. All right. So I'm going to need a few things in order to make those routes work. One of those things is going to be Express. So for most of our files here, you're going to need to require Express. And we're going to need a special Express method called router. And what router is going to do is just give us the ability to connect stuff together. That's really it. So we're going to say const router equals express dot router. Router is capitalized. Okay, so we're using a built-in express method called router. And I'm also going to be referencing a controller, which we actually haven't built yet, but const home controller. This is going to be the controller where we store all the logic related to the home page. Require. Okay, so we'll fill out that file path a little bit later. For now, we'll just put it in there so we can reference it. All right, now I can actually set up my routes. Oh, your error, I'm getting an error address already in use, 8,000. Yeah, change your port number to something different. Change it to 9,000 or 9,500 or 8,500 and try again. Yeah. Okay, so let's set up our routes. I'm thinking for the home page, I want to have a route that triggers as soon as the person visits the page. So as soon as you open like localhost 8,000 or 8,500 or whatever, we want to display, we want the homepage to display, right? As soon as they open it, display the homepage. So if I want a route to be triggered when I open the homepage for the first time, what do we think that route should be? When I visit like localhost 8,000, what's my route? Yeah, the home route is just a slash. So it's just going to be router.get slash. Yep. So whenever somebody visits the home page, it's automatically going to go to the slash route. And when we do that, we're going to have a method in the home controller just called get index. We're going to write that method in just a little bit. And what that's just going to do is just retrieve the home page, make a call to the database, and get all the information that we need, and finally let us display our home page. Okay? And this is going to be a read route. And how do I know that this is going to be a read-only route? I'm not creating anything new here. I'm just reading. How do I know that? How can I see that easily, what this route is going to be doing? Just by looking at it. I don't got to know anything else about it. I can just look at this route and be like, hey, that's a read. Yeah, because it's a get. Right, exactly. It's a get method. Yep. Oh, thank you for the stretch. Oh boy, my shoulder just cracked. Nice one. Yes, it's a get. Okay. And I want to have one more route here, and that's when I submit something new. So they fill out the form. They click the. Remember, we had that submit button on the home page. That with the form, they could click submit. And do you remember what method that used when I submitted that form? What method did I specify in the form? Yeah, router.post. So two routes, one to get the home page and all the information to display. And then the other one, when we actually submit a new item and we want to post it back. So we have data going in both directions here, right? Yeah. So we have a get and we have a post. And I don't expect you to remember this, but the route that I specified, or the path that I specified in the form was /new. For a new item, the route that I specified in the form was /new. And we're going to have a method in our home controller that's going to be called create item, which we haven't written yet. So this is going to be our read route, and this is going to be our create route. Okay? Does that make sense? Let me know if you're like, what the heck did we just do? But essentially what we're doing is we're setting up the HDMI cable that's going to connect our view to our controller, right? So we're telling it what type of request is being passed and then where to send that request. So we're going to send it to a method that's going to get the homepage and all the data we need. And then if there's a new item, though, we want to send it to a separate method that's going to write that item to the database. Okay? Thank you for the stretch again. I'm going to be stretched. Oof. Yeah, get and post. Okay. So when we're talking about CRUD, create, read, update, delete, operations within an app, there's certain terms that we use. And so whenever we're just reading data, so we're getting data from a data source and we're reading that into something else, we call that a get method. So it just says, hey, gimme, get it, read it, get this data. Okay? And so that's what we're doing here. We're getting the home page and everything associated with it. When a person visits a website, when a person visits the homepage, it should give them the homepage, right? That's what we expect. When I go to google.com, I expect to see the google.com homepage. And so that's what this is doing. It is getting the homepage. Or I guess creating the connection that's going to allow us to get the homepage. However, when I want to submit a form, when I click that submit button on a form, I expect that form is going to be submitted and that data is going to be written to the database. Right? That's what we just logically expect to happen. I submit a form, that data should be submitted and written to wherever it needs to go to. And so in this case, when we say post, what we mean is create something new. And so in this case, we're saying, all right, take that form data, post it to our create item method, which we're going to create in a minute, and essentially create a new database item. Okay? And Tasha, I believe in MongoDB, if you go to database access on the left menu bar, if you go to database access, you should be able to, and you go to like your account, you should be able to click edit next to your username and then generate a new password and then click save. Generate the password, click the copy button so you have it in your clipboard, and then click save, have it update the password, and then put your password into your database string. Hopefully that makes sense. Okay, so these are the two routes that we're going to need for our homepage. Yeah, you're exactly right, Elahe. Post means we're sending some information. We're going to have all this form data, and we're tossing that fastball to the back end. Okay? Yeah, good question. All right, last thing we got to do here. I'm going to want to use these routes somewhere else. So what do I need to do? I got to art Vandelay. I got to export it, right? We're going to be doing this a lot, so you'll get used to it. I'm just going to export it and call it router. So that way we can just say router whatever in our other files, and it'll know exactly what we mean. Okay? So we're exporting it, which means we can import it elsewhere in our file system. All right, so we have the routes. Now let's go ahead and create our controllers. So we've got our TV set. We've got our HDMI cable, but right now the other end of that HDMI cable is not connected to anything. It's just, we got our TV set on the wall. It's just showing static right now because we got nothing's coming in. We've got our HDMI cable plugged into we got it plugged into the TV. Now we need to hook it up to the Switch. But first we have to build the Nintendo Switch. I promise it's not going to be as hard as building an actual Nintendo Switch, but we basically need to build out some logic to actually tell our view what to do, right? So let's do that. Okay, so again, no surprises. Based on MVC structure, I'm going to create, you guessed it, another folder. And that folder, what do you think that folder is going to be called? We've done the M. We've done the V. Now it's time for the C controllers. Yes. You get the pattern, right? Nintendo. Oh man, I've been playing so much Hades lately. It's such a good game. I have it on the Switch. It's great. No worries, Zena. Good to see you. All right, so in controllers, I'm just going to create a a file called home.js. And this is where we're going to put all of the logic that's related to our home page. Okay, so any logic related to the home page is going to go in our home.js controller. And now that I've created that home.js file, before I forget, I'm just going to finish this reference in our routes. So I've created the file now so I can reference it. So inside of my router, my home.js router, I'm going to say require the file where my controllers are, controllers/home. Okay. Now I want to make sure I didn't lose anybody there. All I did was create a folder called controllers, a file called home.js, and then I finished my reference to that file inside of my home router. Okay. So now we're just creating the connection. So we're plugging in the HDMI cable, right? We're plugging in the other end of the HDMI cable to the controllers. Okay. We just plugged it in. Obviously, our Nintendo Switch is not on. We haven't, written any of that yet. But all we've done here is we've plugged in the other end of the HDMI. Okay. Now let's build a Nintendo Switch. Let's build our logic. Hey, Nachito. We are using EJS for our front end. It's very, 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 very simple. So we're just using EJS because it's very similar to HTML, and most folks here are familiar with HTML. But yeah, EJS is going to be our front end. We've already kind of coded out that skeleton of that, but we haven't really done any specific EJS work yet. So yeah, that's going to be our front end. All right. So in our home controller, what we're doing here, again, is we are writing out the logic to talk to our database, to get the items for our homepage, and to write new items to our database, right? As soon as somebody submits a form, when you want to take that information in, bundle it up, and write it to the database. So if I'm talking to the database, and I want to make a reference to the structure of to the document structure that we already created, what do we think I might need to import here? If I'm creating new items, I'm writing things, I want to talk to a specific collection, we already have a structure, right? That references that collection, that sets up the specific structure for our documents. What's something that I might want to import because I'm going to reference it? Yeah, I'm going to require the model. Yeah. Yes, and you're not wrong, Hong. But we can talk to the database by going through the model that we already created. So const item list is going to require our model. Okay. Let me get this right. // models / item list. Okay. So now I can reference this whole structure that we already created inside of our models, all of this information about the schema, about the collection, all of this we can now reference inside of our controller. Okay, so inside of this controller, I'm going to set up some logic for first displaying the home page, and secondly, for creating a new database item. Okay, so I'm going to export several methods. I'm going to export them as modules so that I can reference them whenever they need to be called. So the first one I'm going to call get. I'm just going to call get index. Oops, get index. And I'm going to make that into an async function because we're going to be talking to the database. Async. And I'll go over this a little bit once I get it typed out, but can't type and talk always. Okay, get index. And the second one is going to be called create item. Again, async rec res. Okay, two methods. One of them is going to get the home page. The other one is going to create a new item. And if you recall, when we did our connection setup, these functions are going to be asynchronous because we're talking to the database. And the database might take a while to respond, right? It may not always respond immediately. It might be overloaded. It might be down, like we saw earlier. So we got to wait. We got to wait for it to be ready to respond. So we're going to use async functions here. So whenever you're talking to your database in any capacity, you're going to want to use async await. And inside of async await, what can I use to attempt to do something and then make sure that I handle any errors if they come up? What's something that I inside of an asynchronous function? What's something that I can use to attempt to do something and then handle any errors that might appear? Yeah, exactly. We're going to use try catch again. Again, it's going to try to do something and then catch the errors. Catch error. All right. And if there is an error, I'm just going to go ahead and I just want to return a status of 500. And what this is going to, all this is going to do is I'm just going to say, hey, if there's an error, just go ahead and return a status of 500. I don't remember what that means specifically, but it's like failure. Status 500 and send the error so that it display. And send the error so it'll display in the it'll just display it in the browser. So if we get an error, it'll be very obvious. It'll display in the browser exactly what the problem is and even exactly what line of code is the problem. So if we have errors now, it'll probably be at least somewhat easy to troubleshoot. We'll see. So okay, what are we trying to do here? Well, what we're trying to do is render the home page, right? And so let's remind ourselves of what that home page looks like. Let's see, I don't have this running anymore, do I? No, it's in my other window, sorry. Woo, that's big. Okay, there. So on the home page, I have my form, that's all well and good, but I also want to make sure I'm displaying, if there are any entries in the database, I want to make sure I'm displaying those. Okay? So if there are any entries in the database, I want to make sure I'm displaying those. All right. So in order to do that, I'm going to need to talk to my database and find all of the items that are already in there. All right, so I can do that pretty easily using Mongoose. I want to await item list dot find. So let's see what this does. All right, const items equals await item list dot find. All right, so what is item list? Item list is our model that we built earlier, right? So what it's going to do is it's going to go into the model and it's going to say, okay, what am I looking at? Which collection I'm looking at? Oh, I'm looking at the items collection. So go into the database, go into go into that database, look at the collections. Oh, here there's one named items. Okay, inside of items, just get everything, return everything, find all. All this means is just bring back everything. Go into the collection and bring back everything you can find. And we're going to drop all of that data into a variable called items. Okay? Got a couple questions here. Alora says, why do you need the if in line 8 if you in the catch you don't need the if? Yeah, it may be that we can just say return res status. That we could probably just say that. Yeah. That's probably fine. I'm going to leave the if for now just because I know that this works as is. But yeah, you could probably do it without the if. Yeah. I don't think it hurts either way. Sunnybro says, do you need the const mongoose require, or is that imported from item list? Yeah, so that is imported from item list. This is kind of a self-contained package. We don't need to import mongoose again because it's already kind of packaged in with this model. Yeah, and I believe you could also do find with empty brackets too. Yeah, but you don't have to. You can just do this. All right, so we're going to bring back everything and we're going to dump that into this variable called items. Okay, and then what I want to do is I want to render the home page and send all of the items over to EJS so that EJS can work its magic and list all of those items out. Okay, so in order to do that, it's fairly simple. All I need to do is say res.render. That's literally going to render a page, specify which page I want to render, and then what data I want to send to EJS to do stuff with. So render index.ejs, and then we're going to send the list of items as an object. And remember, with objects, we need key value pairs. So I'm just going to give the key a name of item list, and the content of that, the value of that key value pair is just going to be the entire list of items. So what we're going to end up with is like an object within an object, but don't stress about it too much. Just know that what we're doing is we're taking the entire list of items from the collection, just everything, and we're sending it in a bundle to render inside of index.ejs. Okay? Save that. So I believe, let me just make sure here. Yeah, that's all we need to do for this method. So getIndex is done. Now I want to try and see if I can actually display index.ejs now. So let's see if it works. Oh, no, wait, we need one more thing. So let's finish the controller first. And yeah, we'll finish the controller first. And then we'll get it running so we can both create and display items. Okay. So if I send a request to create a new item, thank you for the hydrate. I'm going to want to build a new item to send it to the database, right? So in order to do that, I'm going to reference my schema, set up the new item, and then save it. Now, thank you for the follow, Elorina. So I'm just going to say const new item, and I'm going to reference my schema and pass, new, and pass my item into the schema, okay? All right, so I'm going to get text input as one item and num input as the other. And in text input, I expect I'm going to get the form data that we're passing in. Hey, Darkside Danny. All right, so if you recall, the form that we're submitting from our front end, from our index.ejs, we had one field named text input and another field named num input, right? And when I click submit, both of those fields are being passed as a request up to our server. They're being passed in the body of the request. That's all happens automatically. It's passed, bundled up, it's passed up to our server in the body of the request. And so what I can do is I can pull that information out of the body of the request here in my controller. So all I need to do in order to do that is just say rec request. REQ is short for request. Dot body. dot text input. And what that's going to do is it's going to look in the request body and say, hey, is there anything named text input? Oh, yes, there is. It came from that form. I'm going to grab that and assign it to this item here. So what do you think I'm going to put in this second field here? If I want to grab what's coming in from the num input box, what am I going to put here? Oh, I need a comma there. Yeah, it's going to be rec request dot body dot num input. So again, we're taking that form data. As soon as the person hits submit, that form data gets packaged into a request body, and that request body goes up to our server. Our router says, hey, where should this go? Oh, it's going down the new route. I'm going to pass it to the new controller, to the create item method, and then our create item method is going to say, okay, what's in this request body? Oh, there's a field called text input. I'm going to plug it in here. And there's a field called num input. I'm going to plug it in here. Oh, thank you, Darkside. All right. Nice. Okay, so we've created our new item. It's all ready to go. We're following the blueprint here, right? Our new item is packaged up. We're following the blueprint. And now we're ready to see if we can actually write this to the database successfully. So again, I'm talking to the database. And this is in an async function. So what's something I should probably have here? I want to make sure that I can attempt to do something and then handle any errors that might come up. What do you think I might want to use? If I want to make an attempt to do something and then handle any errors. Yeah, just another try catch block. It's just nice to have because if you do get an error, if something fails, yeah, you want to make sure that you're handling it appropriately. So now I've got my data all structured. This is my document structure to write to the database. Now I'm going to see if I can actually do it. So I'm going to say await new item dot save. That's all we need to do. We've built our little structure here based on the body of the request. And now we're just saying, all right, see if you can save it. See if that works. And what that's going to do when we say save, it's going to pass it through our model that we built. It's going to see, does text input meet the requirements? Is it a string? Is it present? Do we have a text input? Yes? Okay, write it. Same for num input. It's going to pass it through the schema. It's going to say, does this meet the requirements? Is it a number? Is it present? Yes? Okay, great. And then that save will be successful. So that's what's happening when we say save. So I'm also going to add a console log here just so that we can see what's happening when we do this. Console log new item. So if this writes, we'll see the item get written to the console after it's saved to the database. And then after that, after the new item gets written, I essentially want to display it on the page. And so in order to do that, I'm going to reload the home page. Because what that'll do is as soon as I save the new item, we reload the page and we go get the whole item list again. So that, it'll show the new item since it's in the database. If I have a list of 2 items, I save one more, I reload the home page, my list now has 3 items on it. What's the body between rec.body.text input? The body parent of the form or the body of the HTML page? So no body, the body here doesn't have anything to do with our HTML. Whenever you submit a form, it becomes what we call a request. So you click submit, a request is sent to the server to do something. It could be a lot of things. But when you click submit, there's a request that's sent up to the server. That request contains a ton of data. You can actually console log the request and see what's in there. There's a crap ton of stuff in there. And so, really, we only want a certain small part of that request. We don't care about 99% of the stuff in that request. We only care about what's in our fields that came from the form. Now, those fields live in the body of the request. So the request has a body field. And so we want to look and say, all right, look in the request, look in the body of the request, and look for a specific field called text input, because that's going to be what was passed from our form. Okay? Does that help, Sunny? Yeah. Good. But yeah, if you, so just for funsies at some point, try console logging. So just do a console log request, like REQ, in like one of your controllers. Just do console log, REQ. I'm not going to do it here because it'll just confuse people, but try it sometime and see what you get. It's a lot. So then you'll learn right quick why we filter it down to just, the single field. Yeah. Okay. So we've saved the item. Now we just want to reload the home page. And there's several different ways we could do that, but we're just going to do a response redirect. I cannot spell. All right, okay, response redirect, and essentially reload the home page. So go back to the home route, which is going to call this getIndex method again. It's going to look in the database again. It's going to say, all right, what's in the database now? We've just created this new item. So check the database again, see what's there, re-render our index.ejs, and show everything again. Okay? That's all we're doing there. All right, and again, we're just going to catch our error. You can do the same thing here. And if there is an error, I'm just going to reload the home page. If for some reason the creation of the new item doesn't work, I just want to reload the home page and start over. So we're going to send the error and redirect. Okay, so there's our home controllers. And it is time for a break, but I want to get our home page up and running. We're so close. We need to do one more thing, and then we'll be able to see our home page. We'll be able to create an item, and then we'll be able to, and well, we won't be able to see it yet, but we'll be able to create an item, and we'll be able to see that item in our database. Okay? So our controller is done, our route is done, and the last thing we need to do is make sure that our server is listening for that particular route. All right. So controller is done. Route is done. Now, last thing we need to do is go back to our server.js. Sorry, what was let me make sure I check that, Sunny Bro. 1 second. So does that catch work? Or would you just need to add the redirect to your original res? Not sure I understand. I don't know, we might get an error. We can see if it works. Not sure I fully understand the question, but yeah, if there is a problem, I'm happy to fix it if this might not work, but we might get the chance to see. Who knows? Okay, so last thing, in our server.js, the last thing we need to do is make sure that our server is able to direct traffic to the correct router. So let's talk about what's happening here. So our server is listening for things to happen from the view, right? We have our app.listen here. So that means our server is listening. Our server is listening for things to happen, right? And so as soon as I click submit on our form, our server is listening for that and says, okay, I just got a request. What do I do with that request? Where do I send it? And so we need to tell our server when it gets a specific request, what router to send it to. Is it a request for a new item to be created? In which case, it should be sent to our home router. In this case, what we're starting out with here is everything is going to go to our home router, but we still need to tell the server that. So our server needs to know exactly which router to talk to. In this case, it's just going to be our home router. All right, so app.use I'll explain what's happening in just a minute. Oh, app.use. Oh, sorry. Before we do that, I didn't specify. I didn't import my home routers yet. So let's do that. Up at the top here, we're going to say const home routes, and then we're going to require our router. So require routes / home. Okay, now our server knows where our router is and can direct traffic to it. And so what I'm going to do down here is say, if the route starts with a slash, just a slash. So like the person's going to the home page or they're creating a new item, that's just going to start with a slash. It starts with a slash, go to our home routes. All right. So all we've done here is just the final connection. So something happens in our view. Our server is listening for that thing to happen. And it says, okay, I just got some data from the view. Somebody submitted a form. What do I do with this? It's sending the path of just a slash or /new. Do I have a route that can handle that? Well, I have one here that says anything that starts with a slash or just contains a slash, go to home routes. What's home routes? Well, home routes says that it should go to routes /home. Okay, and then the router is going to pick it up from there, and it's going to send it to the appropriate method in our controller, and it's going to do whatever that method specifies, whether it's loading the home page or creating a new item. So let's see if that works. Does that make sense at all, what we did here? Let's see if it works. Hey, check it out. So things are happening. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. We don't have any CSS here, so I'm going to zoom in. Okay, good. Now, this worked, right? Because I went to localhost 8000, which is home. So the route it's passing in is just a slash. Our server says, oh, I see a slash. Somebody went to the home page. Go to the home routes. What's home routes? Home routes references the home router. Okay. And what is the path that's getting passed in? Well, it's just a slash. So the router says, hey, go to the home controller and the get index method. The get index method says, okay, I'm going to render the home page. I'm going to see if there's anything in the database, and I'm going to send it back to our home page. All right, so now if you open up localhost 8000, essentially what you're doing is you're finishing that route that goes all the way to the controller that renders the home page. And we also should be able to enter something in here and have it write to the database. So let's do that real quick. Double check and see if that works. You won't see it displayed here on the page because we haven't written the EJS yet that can actually display things. But let's see, we'll just do test, and then number 10. All right, add item. Okay, look at this, Look what happened in my terminal. The request came in. The request came in to the server. So in the view, I submitted a form. That form had a path of /new, right? That went to the server. The server said, oh, hey, that starts with a slash. I'm going to go to the home routes. The router said, oh, hey, that's a post request with a path of /new. I'm going to go to the create item method in our controller. The create item method says, okay, I'm going to build a new item and I'm going to save it to the database. And so that's what we see here in our log. We created this new item. It generated the date. It generated the object ID. And if I refresh this, I can now see it in my database. Okay, very cool. So it's time for a break, but I hope that at least most of you were successful in writing a new item to the database and displaying your homepage. When we get back, what we're going to do is make it so that we can actually see these items that we've saved in our database. We make sure that we can see these items that we've saved in the database and display them here on the homepage. So that'll be very easy. It's just adding a little bit of EJS to our view because we're already sending the items back to the view. We just can't display them yet. Mine crashed. I have a reference error on line 16 within home.js. Yeah, so just look at line 16 in home.js. Is that in your controller? Probably. And double check that you've spelled everything correctly. It's probably this line right here if you're following the same, structure that I am. Just double check and see if you have a typo. That's probably the most common thing. Okay, so it's break time, but if you do have a typo, feel free to check the repo. Oh, okay. You said modules instead of modules. There you go. You found it. Good troubleshooting. Good job. Troubleshooting is an underrated skill. People who can troubleshoot effectively are so valuable. So if that's a skill that you can work on and cultivate, that'll get you really far. People will think you're like a genius if you can just you're like, but I just read the error message. But it makes you look really good. All right. And if you are getting a typo, feel free to reference the repo and cross-check your work against the repo. I've just pasted in there. That's the finished code. That's everything we're building. So just reference that. If you're having issues, you can cross-check. The more mistakes you make, the better at troubleshooting you get. I make plenty of them. Yeah, that's why mistakes are good. And seeing error messages is good. The more error messages you see, the better you'll get at understanding them, right? So you should make a lot of errors. Okay, let's reset the timer. All right, I'll see you back in 5. Yeah, if Rascal agrees. Rascal is a master troubleshooter, so it's an incredibly valuable skill, and people will think you're a genius, and you're just like I've just seen the error before, so don't knock it. All right, folks, we got a minute left in the break. So go ahead and get yourself a glass of water, roll your neck, get up and stretch. If you've been sitting down this whole time, get up now and stretch. No sitting allowed. Oh, and Tasha, you figured out your database? That's rad. Way to go. Yeah, copy the code from the repo, and catch up if you would like to. Absolutely. Good job. Ah, you had to whitelist your IP. Okay. Yeah, that can happen. All right, I'm gonna stop the timer so I get caught up with chat here. All right. Yeah, excuse me. um, Dees, I like what you said. You said, I'm learning more and more to be less afraid of the error messages and calmly read them. Yeah, that's the most important part. Don't freak out when you get an error. Um, just see if the error contains anything valuable, such as code lines where the problem is. Or sometimes it'll try to guide you gently toward the solution, like saying, did you mean to do something or other? So sometimes they're very polite. So yeah, if you can just calmly read the error, then yeah, you can usually solve it. All right. So before the break, what did we do? Well, we got our homepage running, and we were able to successfully add a new item to our database. So now that we have this stuff in place, we can actually now display the list of items from our database into our homepage itself. Um, so what I'm thinking we might do is go ahead and get our list of items. So we have our create done, and we'll have our read done, and we have most of our structure in place now for the whole rest of our app. So what we might do is get our create, our create is done. We'll finish up our read, our EJS for our read, and then we might wrap up for this particular session, and then finish up with the update and the delete methods in the next stream. Oh, Yop Gaming. Thank you so much. Thank you for the Prime sub. That's amazing. You subbed with Prime, so that means it doesn't cost you anything, and it costs Jeff Bezos money because he owns Twitch. And we're trying to get to the point where Jeff Bezos has to sell his cowboy hat before he can go back to space again. We're trying to stop Jeff Bezos from going to space, one Prime sub at a time, and make him sell his cowboy hat in order to go to space again. So that is the secret goal of the channel. Thank you for contributing to that. Yeah. All right. So I'm thinking the next stream will probably be on next Sunday. I don't want to, go on an off day and then have people be forced to miss the people who were here today be forced to miss the second part. So I want everybody to have the chance to catch it live. But we're not done yet, right? We got to finish out our display so that we can, like this, so that we can display the database items like this in a list below our input boxes. Okay? So let's get that. Let's actually write some EJS now. We said we made an EJS file, and then all we did was just put HTML in it. So now let's do some actual EJS. For those that were asking, what's the difference between EJS and HTML? Now you'll actually get to see a little bit about what EJS can do for you. Alahe, the stream will be on it's recorded right now, actually. The stream is actively being recorded right now, and it will be available on my Twitch channel. So if you visit my Twitch channel homepage, you'll see that there's a tab called, videos or streams? I forget which one. But there's a tab for it, and you'll see past streams. And you can, as soon as this one is over, you can watch it again. It'll be on Twitch for 60 days, and then I'll move it to my YouTube channel. Oh, and Rascal, Rascal already put a link there in chat to it. So you just click that link that Rascal gave you. Yeah. All right. But let's get our EJS up and running so we can actually see what we just wrote to the database. All right, so inside of my list, get myself oriented here with my notes. And just just so everybody knows where we're at, I've gone into my views folder because again, we're messing with what the user sees, right? We want to change what the user sees. I go to my views folder and I'm going into my index.ejs and I'm going to make it so that EJS is taking in that list of items that we're giving it, right? We said render index.ejs and then we passed in the list of items. And now we're going to make some EJS that's going to take that list of items, parse them out into list items, and then render that as HTML in the browser. Okay, so I have my unordered list, and I only want to render as many or as few list items as I need. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to loop through the items that I got from the database, see how many there are, and render out each one as a list item. So if I'm thinking about JavaScript, let's think about our array methods for a minute. What's a way that I can loop through an array and do something to each item in that array? So I'm changing gears here. Let's think about array methods, your JavaScript array methods. Y'all should know those pretty well by now. What are some ways that I can loop through an array and do something to each item in that array? I got a hangnail. Jeepers. Yeah, we can use for each. That's a great method to use. Yeah. We can use for each to loop through an array, and for each item in that array, we're going to do something. And in this case, what we're going to do is we're going to create a list item out of that array item. So for each item in the array, create a list item. And you're going to see how that works. All right, so I'm going to use, and what EJS is going to allow us to do is use that JavaScript array method inside of this HTML looking file. So we're going to use a little bit of EJS notation here. It's going to look a little funky, but don't panic. All right. And I'm going to explain what this does in a sec. Okay. And this for each item. Make sure I get this right. Okay, so what I'm doing here is I'm using EJS notation to essentially write JavaScript in something that looks like HTML. And so these little percent signs here, these are EJS notation. It's saying, hey, this is some EJS. So I can write JavaScript in here. So so essentially we're passing in the entire list of items from the database that's coming from our controller. Our controller is rendering our index.ejs and passing in the list of items. So item list, for each item, we're going to do stuff. Okay. Oh, thank you, Pranjal. Happy New Year to you as well. Okay. So for each item, I'm going to create a list item. And inside of that list item, I'm going to have a couple things. I want to show the text input value for that item. I want to show the num input value for that item. And I'm going to have an edit button or an edit link and a remove link. So an edit and delete link. Okay, and what that's going to look like is just this. I'm going to have the text input value, the num input value, edit link, remove link. Again, text input value, num input value, edit link, remove link. And if I had 70 things in there, it would do the same thing for all 70, okay? So I'm going to, in order to do this, there's lots of different ways you could do it. I'm going to keep it simple. I'm going to have a div for the text input. I'm going to have a div for the num input. And then I'm going to have a couple anchor tags for the edit links. So this will just be edit. And the other one will be remove. We're not going to fill out these links yet because we haven't done our update and delete routes. So we're going to leave these just non-working for now, but we're going to put them in so they display. And now inside of these divs, oh, you're caught up? Awesome, Antosha. The JS brackets don't need to be within the EJS brackets. I'm gonna fix that. They will need to be. That was just me being lazy. But yeah, so for the closing brackets, they're also going to need to be within the EJS notation. So I'll fix that. Oops. So anything that's like not HTML needs to be within EJS. I don't know, alligator %. We called this alligator notation earlier with the with whatever these things are called, alligator brackets. So yeah, that's EJS notation is alligator %, and then %, closing alligator. Okay, but yes, you are correct. This is JavaScript, not HTML, so it gets put in EJS notation. All right, so inside of my divs, for this first one, I want the text input field value. So again, I'm going to use EJS notation, and I'm going to pull from the item list that we're passing in. From the item list that we're passing in, I'm going to pull item dot text input and closing notation. Okay, so what I've done here, notice I have a little equal sign there. And after this equal sign, let's see, the equal sign notation in EJS, somebody remind me, that's for like variables and things, right? The equal sign is specifically for is that the thing what it's for, is for variables? I honestly don't remember. I'm not asking a quiz question here. I don't remember when we use the equal sign and when we don't. So if any is it for strings? Okay. But just know that here, when you're pulling in the specific field and not just a general function, you do need the equal sign after your little alligator %. Oh, okay, so it outputs, all right, it outputs the contents as a string. Okay, so that's what we're doing here. It's not a function. What we want here is just an output of strings. So it's just going to be the value of text input, output it as a string. And that's going to plug it into that div. And then for the next one, we're going to do the same thing and grab the num input value. Okay, there we go. Yeah, all right. So % equals is for raw HTML. Oh, sorry, for strings. And then just % is for logic. Yeah. But I mean, that's not something you have to memorize. Obviously, I didn't. You just sort of start to get the feel for how this works after a while. Alligator %. I've got some logic here. And then alligator % equals, because I'm just outputting a string. There's no logic. It's just a string. Bees. Yeah, just go to the EJS homepage every time you forget. Yeah. And I mean, really, a lot of the times as you get more advanced, you'll start using other things like handlebars or React, or, other stuff. So, but, oh, you're getting it. Good, Chanpo. That's awesome. Glad to hear it. Yeah, that's why I record these, and too, so you can go back, you can rewind, you can rewatch, all that kind of thing. And I go pretty slow, so, you feel free to ask questions at any point. It's all good. Not trying to rush anybody. Okay, I've saved, I think. So now let's see if we can get anything to display on our demo homepage. I'm going to reload. Hey, look what we got here. Looky there. Yeah. So now what do I see? even though I only typed all this stuff once, all this for each stuff, I only typed it once. It's looking and seeing, okay, for each item that we're getting in that list, for each one, render a list item. Like I say, if there were 70 items in our database, it would render 70 list items. We don't got to type them out by hand every single time. We only got to do it once, set up the structure, and then it will list them out for us. And like I say, it can also add additional things such as these links, which don't go anywhere yet, but we'll get that next time. High on life, I assume. All right. And so, okay, I think we're going to kind of pause for questions here. Questions, issues, things like that. And then what we're going to do next time is we're going to set up and make it so that this edit link works and this remove link works. And what the edit link is going to do, I'll just show you real quick what the edit link is going to do. We've got some CSS on this other one. So what the edit link does, it's going to take us to an edit page, which allows you to edit the specific item and then save it back to the database. And then the remove link obviously just removes it. Okay? So that's what we'll do next time. So again, we'll make an edit link, takes you to an edit page. You can confirm, make a change and then confirm it. Confirm, it's changed. And then the remove link obviously just removes the item. Okay. Do you also use method override? No, we won't be using method override. And next time I'll talk a little bit more about that. Why you can, there's nothing wrong with method override, but you don't necessarily have to. And we'll explore that a little bit more next time. Yeah, but we won't be using method override for those of you who are familiar with that. And I'll show you why we don't have to, but you can if it makes things, more, if you have a ton of routes and things like that are doing a lot of different things and you want to make sure that your routes are explicitly correct on your server side, you can absolutely use method override. For this, we won't be doing it though. Yeah, put versus post is hard. Yeah, and I'm glad you brought that up because forms, so HTML forms, like we're using here, cannot do put requests. HTML forms can't do put requests. So if like this update page here that I have, let's see, edit page here. Oh, that's the wrong one, sorry. On the finished product, if I click edit, it takes me to what's obviously a form, right? This is a form, but forms cannot do put requests. They can't do updates. Like that's physically not possible with an HTML form. I couldn't go to like my method here and say method put. Literally not possible. And I actually did some research on this. And the only reason it's not possible is just because everybody's just like, post requests are fine. We don't need puts. It's all good. Just post and get. That's all we need. So yeah, it's literally just because nobody cares enough to make that possible via method. Good enough. Yeah, forms only allow in the method field. Forms only allow, get and post. Get by default and then post if you specify. Trying to understand why I'm only seeing curly braces in my homepage. Are you getting any errors? Can you check the console and see if you're getting any errors? Could not find matching close tag for, okay. So for devd, your problem is somewhere in here, right? Because you have your open tag. Make sure that you have your closing tag for your EJS right here. Car says, actually, the code is already in a repo for you. Yeah. Oh, Carson's. Oh, I see what you're talking about. You're talking about like the HTML forms, aren't you? I get the joke. Took me a minute. Oh. Line 27. Don't forget the bees. Ooh, I'm not following Antasha. I'm a little slow in the uptake, I think. Text input is required. Yeah, so um, Zactny, the error is telling you what's wrong. So text input is required. Text input is a required field in our schema, right? Text input is a required field in our schema. So make sure that when you submitted the form, that you put something in the input text field. So it needs to be, it can be anything, but it's not going to write to the database unless you have something in that field. The bees, not the bees. Oh man, there's a new Nicolas Cage movie coming out where Nicolas Cage plays Dracula, and I absolutely have to see it. It's called Renfield, and I am stoked. Okay, so DevD, let's look at that. Let's look at your issue here. You have the tags just like mine. Okay, so but you got to be missing something somewhere. So make sure. So check it. Let's go line by line. Check and make sure. You need opening and close tags on every single line. So check every single line of your EJS DevD, and make sure that you have open, close, open, close, and then at the very end, open, close. Yeah, it only takes, like Rascal said, it only takes a single character for EJS to be like, nope. And so Zacti, what that means then is that your text input, so that your text input is not being passed to your model. So somewhere between your view and your model, you're losing your text input somewhere. So that could be in various places. What you'll want to make sure, Zachney, is that basically just follow it through. So double check that you have the correct name here on your input box. Make sure that your name here is text input. That's the first thing to check. And then what I would do is I would head over to your controller, head over to your home controller, and check your text input there. Do you have this exactly as written? rec.body.text input. Make sure that you have that in your controller exactly as written with no typos. You probably have a typo somewhere. That's what would be my guess. So it's probably in one of those two places. It's either in your view or your controller. And definitely check the repo. Ah, yes, and it is case sensitive. So yeah, you can change both to camel case if you prefer. Yeah. Zachney, you used camel case, so you're going to need to either make both of them camel case or both of them lowercase. It's up to you, whichever you prefer. Yeah, but they need to match. You need whatever you use, just make sure it's consistent. I think that's probably your problem. Yeah, no biggie. It happens. It happens a lot, and I really should have used camel case here, but whoopsie. Yeah, you can change it, but change it everywhere. Absolutely, whatever you change it to, just make it consistent. Yep, because it is case sensitive. Yeah, no, you found it. You found the problem, Zachney. You caught it. You knew. You figured out exactly what the problem was. You saw that one of them was camel case and one of them wasn't. You just didn't know that it was that would cause a problem, but you spotted the difference. And so that's troubleshooting. That's all you need, right? Is just being able to spot the difference. So good start. Now you know for future. All right. Any other questions? Oh, you still need to find it. Okay, I'm sure you will. I thought you had. I thought you'd fix the camel case, but you'll figure it out. I believe in you. All right, I'll stick around for about 10 more minutes if anybody has any questions about anything. Keep going, yeah. Yeah, it doesn't have to be specifically about this project either. If anybody has any questions about anything, feel free to ask. I do not know, Mavi. Oh, and last thing, I'm going to link one more time to the repo so that if you are catching up or rewatching or whatever, rewinding, you can get the code, finished code from the repo and catch up. Yeah, and Command F or Control F if you're on Windows will help you search files very quickly. No worries, Alora. I hope to see you next Sunday when we're going to finish the app, right? Because we only did the C in the R of CRUD, and now that we have the structure written, right? We have the structure of our app. We'll be able to go much quicker for the U and the D, for the update and the delete part of CRUD. We have the structure set up. All the hard parts are done. The database is connected. So yeah, we should be just able to plug in the remaining parts into our existing structure. Deputy says, I copy pasted the code from the repo and it worked for the EJS. Ain't that how life goes sometimes? You know, hey. That's just how life goes sometimes. At least you got it working. Yeah, so Chanpo, probably what that means is that your item list is not being passed in from your controller. Your controller is not passing the item list to your EJS properly. So that'll be what it is. How about an empty field? Should we store that field as empty string or not store it at all? It depends. It depends on what you're trying to do. So you could store it as a null value, or you could store it as an empty string. Um, it depends on what you're going to do with that data when you pull it back out of the database. If your app, if you when you're pulling the data back out, if you're expecting some value to be there, you might store it as an empty string. Or if it's not going to matter, then you can store it as null. But yeah, I mean, yeah, it just depends on your use case. Oh, thank you, Elahe. Carson says, will you be doing a React version of this in the future? Yeah, that's a great question. So I do want to get more into React, but I also want to be cognizant of something. So we're in Jobuary right now. And for those of you who are like, what the frick is Jobuary? So Jobuary is an entire month of job hunting. For those of us who are in 100 devs, folks will be job hunting throughout the month of Jobuary. January, whatever. And during January, the focus is really on just practicing existing skills and doing the job search, practicing interview questions, that kind of thing. So I'm going to be really careful about introducing a lot of new stuff and advanced stuff because you don't need it. One thing that Leon keeps stressing is that a lot of people, when they're job hunting, they just keep picking up random skills. They're like, oh, I need to know React. Oh, I need to know Next.js. Oh, I need to know Vue. I need to know Bootstrap. I need to know Tailwind. I need to know everything. Otherwise, I'm not going to get a job. And then they end up stressing themselves out and not actually practicing their interview questions or doing the things that are going to get them the job. And then they end up burnt out and really tired and stressed, and they perform poorly in interviews anyway. And so I'm trying to be cognizant of that sort of thing, at least during the month of January and the Jobuary process. But there are things I want to talk about more later on. One of them could be, some more React stuff, Reactifying a few things. Rascal 2, our good friend Rascal 2 here on stream, if you go to their channel, they have a bunch of React stuff where they've taken existing apps, such as like stuff like this, and they have turned them into React apps. So if that's something you really want to explore, head on over to Rascal 2's channel and give them a shout out because they've already done this and they're great. They're great at it. So shout out Rascal 2, the omnipresent Rascal 2. There you go. That's a link to their channel. They already, if that's something you really want to explore right now, or soon, they have like, I don't know how many, like at least a dozen at least a dozen streams on reactifying existing apps. It's really neat. Yeah. Ah, D's Clouds, you found your typo. Good job. Every time I start my node server, I blue screen. Oh my goodness. Like blue screen of death? Like your computer crashes? That's. I wonder if you accidentally like installed Node and like did Node work for you before? Like were you able to use Node successfully before a certain point? I'm wondering if there's some kind of like if you accidentally installed Node in like a I don't know a Windows like a required Windows folder or something like that. You seem to say it enough times until it sounds like a real word, like Reactify or Jobuary. One of those, either one. I think they're both real words. Ah, yeah. No, that's a good point, Sonny Bro. Driver error. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. If Node was working for you before Ghetto, I would assume that it has to do with yeah driver incompatibility. I've had some issues with display drivers on this machine. I've had times where my whole like all my displays just go. Luckily, it's never happened on stream, but you know, time will tell. Oh, and Rascal has linked to all the React fonts. Thank you, Rascal. Rascal coming in clutch. Absolutely. Yeah, and I'm serious. Like, I don't even know, I don't even feel like there's much need for me to reactify stuff because Rascal's done it already. Like every single 100 devs project they've done. So why not just go watch their stuff instead? Quality stuff. Oh, how's the kitten situation at the moment? Any kittens? No, not at the moment. You know, in the colder weather, it just the kittens, the cats, the feral cats just aren't reproducing as much. So I don't have any foster kittens at the moment. Have everything all like sanitized and ready for the next batch. But I may not get any until things start warming up a little bit. There's actually quite a few foster people at the shelter right now, which is great. So there hasn't been like a huge overwhelming demand for take more kittens, take more kittens. So, but that always changes come summer, and I'm overwhelmed. But at least right now, things are pretty quiet. Oh, thank you, Rascal. Yeah, I want to jump into React too. I also another thing I was exploring recently. Um, I don't know. This is probably just me, minority opinion, but um, I like the way Bootstrap looks. Like as far as like and so another thing I want to explore. I know Bootstrap and React aren't the same thing. I'm just talking about something else I might want to explore. The new Bootstrap can do a lot of neat things, and I like the way it looks. So might do a little bit of Bootstrap too. I know everybody's like, well, Bootstrap, but I like it. It's very clean. There's no fluff, there's no extras, there's standard layouts for things, and things look a standard way. And I think that makes websites easier to navigate. Hey, no worries, Abner. Good to see you. Yeah, so the reason I like Bootstrap is I feel like I'm an old lady. Old lady yells at cloud, but I feel like a lot of modern websites are much too cluttered and crowded and hard to use just because they look pretty, but they're really hard to navigate. It's hard to figure out where the buttons are. It's hard to figure out what page you're supposed to go to. Things aren't clearly defined. There's lots of big moving images. Um, and I don't know. I just think that Bootstrap sites look very clean, and it's more about accessibility than um, being pretty. So I guess that's why I like them. Bootstrap runs the internet. Yeah, it absolutely does. Yep. But people who make pretty websites get the job. Yeah. And that's kind of a problem. I hope that there's more of a push for accessibility. And I know there is in some circles. I wish there was more of a push for accessibility and usability over prettiness in general website design. But I am a back end developer, so maybe that's just me. So I'm just like, no, it must function. No pretty, only function. But that's just me being a back end dev, I guess. Sunny Bro says, I've been using pure CSS this whole time, so using a CSS framework is always an issue for me since I have to learn how their syntax works. Well, I guess the nice thing about frameworks though is that a lot of times you can find snippets that you can just kind of copy and they'll do like exactly what you want. Um, but yeah, I do agree that using a framework is a learning curve in any case. Ugly sites only. Yeah, I love like the way like the old version of Reddit looked, with just all the plain lines and blue links and that kind of thing. I still use old Reddit. I don't use the new Reddit layout because it sucks. So again, that's just one of those things. It was form over function with the Reddit update, and old Reddit is far superior. Bobby says you don't find div easy to read. What is Tailwind going to do? Yeah. Tailwind is a little bit extra with that kind of thing sometimes. Carses says only TNG computer interfaces. Funny you mentioned that, Carses. You should look at my YouTube history and look for a video called Field Guide to Aliens. And I literally use the TNG computer interface to build an API app. Yeah, like the literal TNG interface. So, yep, completely agree with you. No worries on codes. We're wrapping up anyway. We're just shooting the breeze here for a few minutes. Oh, I'm glad you had fun, Antasha. Yeah, I hope to see you. I hope to see you next Sunday. Same time, same bat channel. Yeah, and if anybody wants, assistance or help with the job hunt or anything like that, and you're not currently in 100 devs, you can get free. Like you can learn how to code for free. You can get free job assistance. It's all free. There's no catches here. Um, just do !Leon, !Leon, in chat and check out the Discord. No obligation, no paywall, nothing. It's all free. Education should be free. You know, education, job support, all those things. Everything should be free. So that's the philosophy here. So !Leon, in chat if you want to learn more. D's Claus says, I just checked out old Reddit. I didn't even know it existed. Yeah, it's a closely kept secret. But if you are a fan of Reddit and you hate the new interface, just for all of your Reddit URLs, just say old dot and then the Reddit URL. So like old.reddit.com/r all. That will take you to the old version of Reddit, which is far superior. Hey, Zachny, that's awesome. Yeah. And I hope to see you come back next weekend, Zachny. And, we did the create, we did the read. And then when we come back, we'll do the update and the delete. And like I said, now that we have our structure set up for our app, um, the last two will go much faster just because we've already, done the database connections and set up our server and blah, blah, blah. All that boilerplate stuff. That's all done. So now we just need to configure the routes for the update and the delete and then write the controllers and we'll be done. But mate, I'm glad I introduced you to the majesty of old Reddit. Oh boy. Okay, I think it's time for us to wrap up. Let's do a raid. Let's send y'all to. Let's spread the love to somebody else. Oh, hey, Loki Code. We're just wrapping up, but good to see you. Feel free to check out the recorded stream. We're using Vanilla.js along with Node, Express, MongoDB, and EJS for our views to render our view. But yeah, Vanilla.js, Node, Express, MongoDB for the backend, and EJS for the view. So feel free to check out the recorded stream, and you can build the app from the ground up. I also have a GitHub repo with the finished app in it. So if you just want to check out the finished app, you can do !GitHub in chat right now for a link to my GitHub, and it'll just be the most recent repo. So yeah, feel free to check it out. And then Rascal has posted a link to the recorded stream as well, and a link to the GitHub repo. So thank you for the follow, Low Key Code, and I hope to see you. We're going to finish it up next Sunday. So come back next Sunday, Low Key, and we're going to do, catch me live again, 3 p.m. Eastern, and we'll finish it out. No worries, Bemade. All right, let's find somebody to raid. So as always, if anybody has any suggestions, you're welcome to suggest someone specific. Otherwise, I will pick someone. but preferably they should be in the software, development space if possible. Getting my raid thingy pulled up. All right. All right. So raid. All right, we've got our friend CM Griffin. We've got Team Fash and Purple Elf. I see those folks. I think we did Team Vash recently. I think it's been a while for Purple Elf. We can see what they're up to. Let's see. What are they doing? Oh, they're coding something. So yeah, Purple Elf is fun. They actually stream like their workday, like the coding they do for work. Um, eat it to GitHub, upload it, get that square. So yeah, let's hit up Purple Elf and see what they're up to. They look like they're doing some work for their job, maybe. So we'll see what they're working on. All right, I will see you all back next Sunday. We're going to finish this app, finish the update, finish the delete, and then probably after that, if there's time, we'll do some interview prep. So finishing the last two routes and then practicing some interview questions next Sunday. So I will see you there. Looking forward to it. Have a great week, everybody. Um, as always, thank you so much for coming. See you soon. All right, here we go. Bye bye.